And this is the garbage that I created.
Terrific,
so
not a problem.
All right.
All right, thank
All
you.
right. Bye-bye.
Be careful now.
I will.
All
Bye.
right, bye, love.
Bye-bye.
StatQuest is on my mind. And the odds of my team winning were just the blue circles over the red circles. Alternatively, we could just use numbers to represent the odds. And when we do the math, we see the odds of winning are 0.5. The cliffhanger came when I said that even though the odds are a ratio, it's not what people mean when they say odds ratio. So let's clear this up once and for all. When people say odds ratio, they're talking about a ratio of odds. So we've got a ratio of these odds to these odds. Doing the math gives us 2 divided by 4. We can use an odd. We're happy to let 140 people with the mutation that tells us what to expect if there is no relationship between the mutated gene and cancer. 001 with the contact. We'll do a StatQuest on it. One last small bam. Lastly, let's talk about the Wald test. This test is commonly used to determine the significance of odds ratios in logistic regression and to calculate confidence intervals. The Wald test takes advantage of the fact that the log of the odds ratios, just like the log of the odds, are normally distributed.
Perfect. This is what I wanted to see. I'll be right back.
This matrix we want to estimate by theta 0. Parameters, equations simultaneously. Parameter vector d of theta 0 statistic at b at, which we denote by n, the Jacobian j and the covariance matrix b hat. The more g of theta hat is different from the 0 vector, the more the tested constraint is likely to be false. The quadratic form is a measure of the distance between the 0 statistic is if the test statistic
Alright guys, how far away, keep in mind that when I say there's this instead variable be of interest in our likelihood ratio test. Makes calculations just a lot easier in this business. These 2 points of the log. They'll all pretty much converge .
Good afternoon, everybody. Let's put on Timcast and get started.
Take a look at this tweet from Newsweek, which is getting every.
Tallies on real clear politics. So, you know, you have to step back and say, how did we get here in the first place? Like, why is Kamala even the candidate? And there have been some serious miscues with the Trump campaign. So, like,
He seems to be improving, though.
it's improved in the last week, I think. But, you know, we have to be real that there was no plan in place here to meet up with her. And there has been a lot of ground lost.
What do you think are the miscues? Some of the miscues, anyway.
I think the fundamental one is kind of overplaying the Biden and pushing him off the stage.
Yeah, it's like Trump beat
they've
Biden
taken,
too fast.
they took the Democrat bait. The campaign did, and you know, like anytime, anywhere, you know, throw down a debate. It's like, no, actually, you debate after he's locked in as the candidate. And the campaign was arrogant. You know, you look at this, you know, there's an article in The Atlantic, right? The campaign apparently did 6 months letting The Atlantic behind backstage. Now, The Atlantic is owned by Steve Jobs' widow, right? She gives like $100 million to the Democrats. So it's very odd when you're working with the left to, you know, write stories about you and kind of let your hair down with The Atlantic. But if you go back and read that article, Tim Alberta on July 10th, the campaign's basically saying, no, we're very confident Joe is going to be sticking in this. In fact, there's $250 million that's impossible for them to shift. Well, Democrats figure out how to shift that in an afternoon.
Right.
So that was just a gross miscalculation.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. Like it was really a mistake to go through with that debate.
Well, you know, people advised to do it, and you know, people didn't put brakes on it. And if you don't have a plan in place, then it's a major mistake. But then you kind of move on to like, how did we dissipate all this goodwill about the, you know, essentially the concern about the assassination? How did that get moved off the front page?
Well, that got moved off the front page because as soon as Trump got almost assassinated, they kicked Biden off the ticket and inserted Kamala. So the Democrats just grabbed the news cycle. As soon as that happened, they grabbed the news cycle, almost as though they had been planning to grab it all along in that moment. You know what I mean?
One mistake triggers the next,
Right.
basically.
But I mean, Trump also and his campaign, like they launched their campaign so early that it felt like the right time to have a debate in June. All of the other candidates were off the table. You know, everybody had been cleared out. The Democrats refused to allow anybody to challenge Biden, even though there were good reasons to. You know, they locked out basically Dean Phillips and RFK Jr. So it's like the whole thing got so accelerated that it was easy, I think, to forget about the actual electoral timeline, which, you know, you could say was
Sometimes I think you just have
regrettable.
to be silent and stand back and let your opponent collapse. And that's what Joe Biden was doing. If you remember, there was a period there, well, it happened post-debate, but like there was kind of a countdown to see whether he would even be the candidate. And, you know, instead of just letting that happen, they stepped in with other news. I mean,
Right.
one, they took a shot at Project 2025. That kind of gets the base going because that, you know, again, they're taking the kind of the trap that the left has set for them. With Project 2025, 90% of that's misinformation from the left. The stuff they say is in Project 2025 is not in Project 2025. But to kind of denigrate that and knock it kind of shows, you know, a political misjudgment.
Well, they certainly count on people not not reviewing it and not looking at it for themselves. And also the way that the left presents their information, like, you know, they're involved with the Center for American Progress. And we were talking about it before the show. The Center for American Progress didn't publish 900 pages of policy. They have a website that's really hard to navigate in terms of like if you're trying to, easy to navigate, but it's if you're trying to find actual information, it's very difficult to find it.
Yeah, we call that Project Special K.
Yeah, very effective.
They're going to ban Zinn. I love that cereal.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Tim Walton, Minnesota's got a 95% tax on Zinn.
Oh yeah, is that right?
Yep. It's on all nicotine products. So Zinn is taxed at 95%.
Well, there's tobacco. Cigarettes are really expensive in so many parts of the country, like Chicago. You know, I was reading an article about that. And in New York, of course, they're very expensive. San Francisco.
Yeah. I mean, to get back to what you're saying about the Center for American Progress, why is Project 2025 different? Why are we operating in the light and they're operating in the darkness? I mean, you have to kind of step back and say, how do we even get to a place where men are using women's bathrooms and playing in sports?
I can tell you exactly how we got there because I watched it happen.
Over 50 years, but is basically allowing a permanent government class to operate in Washington and not bring the rest of the country into this government. So shows like this tell people what's actually going on, but we're not going to change it until people listening to this show come and work in Washington. So that was really the whole promise of Project 2025, is to recruit an entire cadre of people to come and make change in Washington who aren't part of this permanent government class. And you can't do a big recruiting effort without talking about it. Now, the ideas, you know, why, to be fair, like, Heritage Foundation's put out a book for the last 50 years almost. Like, this is not anything new. What is new, to Ian's point, is that it's actually organized at this point. This is 110 groups coming together and simpatico rowing in the same direction, thousands of volunteers. And it's threatening. What's in that book, what these folks have been learning about is really the deconstruction of the administrative state. This is the antidote to really the deep state, and you know, really that is the threat of the whole thing. So, you know, in the point is that a lot of these ideas should be embraced. Not everything in there. This is a, you know, kind of a wish list, but it was a coming together of conservatives way in advance of the presidential election in 2022, for that matter, and certainly it allowed various candidates to figure out, if they wanted to go the conservative route, this is where you should be. And that was the promise of the book. But the book also serves, as the whole project does, to teach people about the government. Our side never systematically focused on how we can take control of the administrative state. And unless people learn and commit to coming to serve, nothing's going to change.
Let's jump to this post from Cliff Maloney. Panic mode for Kamala. Democrat mail-in requests on this date in 2020 versus 2024. It's down 28.5% in Philadelphia. In Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh, it's down 17.14%. A major blow to Democrat strategy of running up the score. If we take a look at the betting odds, it is now even, dead even. When you aggregate them all together, it is Trump 49.3 to Harris 49.3. Polymarket actually has Donald Trump up above Harris. And Newsweek has it. Donald Trump's odds of winning election rise after DNC start. The more Democrats talk about what they want to do, why they're angry, the more they lose people. This is why Kamala's not giving interviews. It's why they want to run the basement campaign. They do better when they shut up and hide, but they can't. It would be too strange, and eventually it would stop working. I doubt Kamala's going to do any real interviews. She's going to do the one debate. We'll see how that goes. I got a feeling Trump is going to obliterate her.
Yeah, well, she doesn't have much to say, and she doesn't know how to use words in a way that actually delivers information.
She's gonna say, look, I'm going to get in there and fix the economy, and Trump's going to go, you're in there now, and she has no answer.
Right. And she's also just going to keep repeating the same phrases. She might even talk about, you know, unburdening herself from what might have been, which, of course, means Joe Biden and her entire record to date.
Not from what might have been. Unburdening herself from what has been.
What has been. Yeah, what has been. But yeah, I mean, when you look at what's going on with the DNC and with Kamala's allies, and you realize that the DNC put out a platform that was for Joe Biden. They haven't put out a platform that includes any of Kamala Harris's ideas. That was very intentional. They said so that that's intentional. You have Democrat congressmen coming out and saying that it's better that there's no platform that's specifically for Kamala because it allows her to stay vague. CNN said the same thing. You have allies and advisors telling her not to do interviews, not to do debates. You have Pete Buttigieg saying, don't give an interview on Fox, don't give a debate on Fox. He said that directly to the New York Times that he doesn't want her to do that. So she's getting the advice that she should, not speak to press. The most press she's taken,
It's good advice.
is like a couple of questions when she's outside of her airplane or something like that.
And they've not gone well for her.
And they have not gone well for her. That's correct. Yeah, because she doesn't have any answers. She doesn't have any policies. She doesn't have any plans. She just has a camo hat.
She likes Venn diagrams. She's very good at Venn diagramming.
Right? Like we should do like a nice little like.
Yeah, I mean, when she launched one first foray into talking about policy, she did the price controls thing, and even the left.
The left destroyed that concept.
And
the housing plans, which are really disastrous.
What are those?
Right.
Oh, yeah, the tax credit got a bunch of financial influencers political. There's a few people that I watch periodically on various social media, and they talk about finance, investment, property values, and they don't talk politics ever. As soon as Kamala was like, we're going to do $25,000 grant for first-time home buyers, they were just like, no!
Yeah, it's
It's going to instantly spike the price of homes.
It'll drive prices up.
Yep.
It'll reduce supply. Like everything will go badly.
Yep.
There's no way a communist is going to make it to the president of the United States. Not anytime soon. I can't see that happening.
It's not about them being a communist. It's about them saying whatever they have to say to win power. And, Kamala may not intentionally try to invoke communism.
Yeah.
But she's going to be doing things like, vote for me and I'll give you money.
Well, I've said it before, and I'm super concerned with electronic voting machines flipping vote tallies behind the scenes. I don't know how to combat that in real time. It's like the definition of insanity, according to Einstein, was you do the same thing over and over and you expect a different result. Like, if you're just going to put your head down and think more voting is going to solve it.
Virginia switched to all paper ballots.
Good.
Yeah, that was really
That's
smart.
a great start.
Everybody should do that.
Probably.
Every red state should executive action paper ballots.
You know that
let them sue you over it, and then you can run them through the courts like they did to the Trump supporters, and just say no standing. You can't sue me.
Like chain of custody, you got to be able to look at every vote, man. But even then, like you hand it to somebody who takes it to somebody else who takes it to somebody else. Like, what's the chain of custody? You trust the people. That's not a good system because those people can betray you.
The other problem
that concerns me greatly.
The other issue is, what if there's one person who votes in multiple different counties? They're not going to look like, a county in northern Illinois is not going to check a county in southern Illinois. Southern Illinois, John Smith votes, same social security number, votes the same time in northern. They added both numbers, get added to the total count, and no one's going to grab the ballots from up there and bring them down there. No one's going to run the names through the system to check to make sure they only voted one time.
When you guys built Project 2025, is it focused on like the administrative, not that it's colluding to flip votes behind the scenes, but if it were, is there some sort of maneuver to investigate?
Ours was really examination of the executive branch. So the only department there is the Federal Election Commission. There's a chapter about that, but in the main, our project didn't look into election integrity and security because, as you were saying earlier, that's essentially a state's issue. Now, I don't mean to cut off the air of good feeling and the comfort level here, but the reality is that this is the sort of work that needed to be blocked and tackled over the last 3-4 years, like learning from 2020 and preventing it. And who does that? That's the RNC, right? That's the group that is fundamentally charged with ensuring the election. Now, if you were following the RNC, Ronna McDaniels got her 4th term, and she was supported by people within the campaign to do that. As a lawyer, I've worked on election integrity for almost 30 years, and kind of in and out of it. I saw what happened post 2020. It was a wreckage. Okay, the work just hadn't been done. But one thing the RNC did was tell us they had this taken care of. They were telling you in October 2020 we got this, and now they're telling you they got this. So do they have this? That's the big question. And, President Trump's like, hey, I can get the voters. You guys take care of this. Hasn't been taken care of. A lot of people on the ground, a lot of the few things that have been done are being done at the grassroots level by volunteers. And I don't think the resources have been moved out to really tackle this. We have not, filed 200 cases. There is no counterpart to Mark Elias on our side. And,
Who's that?
Mark Elias is the Democrat mastermind who came up with, he's a lawyer from Perkins Coie out on his own, but basically is their chief guy. He, among other things, he was also involved in the Project 2025 misinformation campaign. But this guy is, a very formidable adversary, very smart. And he managed to really break open and rig the 2020 election systematically. So, I think that we need to put all forces into ensuring here at this 11th hour that we can have some election integrity.
Yeah.
But it's by no means, I wouldn't get too comfy about it right now.
No, I'm not comfortable at all that a foreign corporation is overseeing our elections and tallying votes behind the scenes with proprietary software. Like, that's insane.
The very suggestion that, the algorithms, the way they count votes could be proprietary is to me one of the most offensive of all legal concepts. But they've managed to do that in the various case laws because we've never mounted an adequate challenge to that. And this kind of goes back to what we were earlier talking about. There's a huge imbalance in big law of conservatives and capable attorneys. Certainly, there are a lot of good conservative attorneys, but they don't have the resources behind them. So we as a movement really need to get those folks engaged.
If we were going to do that, which we are, would we then do it at the state level with attorneys general?
That's where some of the best work comes from, obviously. You look at a superhero like Ken Paxton, right? That guy, he did more for the movement than many across. But, those folks need to be empowered. But, look, a lot of the people who are the electors, the attorneys who brought these suits, they're getting disbarred. They're facing financial ruin. A lot of these people, some people are even in prison. They have 4 members of the RNC, I think, who are under indictment. What are we doing to protect our
in Arizona, there's that's going on.
This is the party has to come and support these people. And because a lot of this is fear. What they want you to do is every good lawyer stand down. They don't want you to pipe up because they're going to strip you of your career if you go to fight. And that's really what the next generation of election interference is to dissuade anyone from getting out there.
That's what's going on in the UK right now with the free speech problems. It's I saw a report from the National Review, I think today, that was talking about how there are judges who will sentence people to years, months in prison for Facebook comments, but they'll let off people who are convicted of having a bunch of horrible child exploitation images. And these judges will say oh, you just need to go outside and meet people, to the child exploiters. And then to the person who makes a Facebook post, there was this 53-year-old woman, she's the sole caretaker for her disabled husband. She said she said something very unlike, that you wouldn't like to say on Facebook. But she's getting 15 months in prison for what she said on Facebook, which seems insane no matter what you say. She wasn't making direct threats. She doesn't have any capability.
No, they're making an example out of her.
But it's not just her.
Yeah.
They're doing it to multiple people, locking them up for speech.
Similar stories where they actually announced they're going to be letting people out of the UK prisons.
Exactly. They're going to be letting people out to lock up people who said things online.
Yeah. I mean,
they're putting into place this early release program. Yeah. But it is true, I think, what you say about it has been shocking to see all of the lawyers who were indicted in the Georgia RICO case, those people are having their lives ruined. A bunch of people pled out so that they wouldn't have to face ruin from it.
Well,
and in Arizona, I think a lot of the electors are getting indicted. They got indicted there, Wisconsin, I think, and some other places. And it does seem like a real fear tactic, so that it's like the codification of the whole, kind of Me Too anti-racist era where if you say something you get canceled and lose your job. Now it's in the legal system.
Yeah, no, we as a movement, we have to support and indemnify these people. And also what they've done here in, Fannie Willis, that prosecution fell apart because these good lawyers were defending themselves. They're the
Right.
ones who uncovered her illicit.
Yeah, one of the guys who she indicted was the one who uncovered her misdeeds. there.
Exactly. So, these folks are warriors in the movement, and that's really part of what Project 2025 is. We used to call ourselves a coalition of the canceled, but these are the true believers. These are the people who've really laid it on the line, and what the left wants to do is extinguish that feeling for really giving, and it's dangerous because we're outnumbered out there.
Going back to what Tim was talking about, what he showed up there, that the less Democrats are doing mail-in ballots voting and whatnot. But just remember, Pennsylvania came out on August 8th that they let everyone know. By the way, the Pennsylvania State Department are letting everyone know that it might take days.
Right, they were very clear
to count
about
the
that.
election. Like, so you know, it might take us a minute.
Have all
It's
the
fake. It's a
votes.
lie.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Well, Ron DeSantis called them out on that too.
Many other countries just do it. What happens is you've got a voting station.
As in Reagan.
The votes come in. There's not that many. They count them and then report the vote count to the higher ups. You have a decentralized network of people counting ballots. That's why all these other countries do it in a day.
Yeah.
That night, they're like, we got the full numbers.
Yeah.
It's in.
You need to do that. Well, at least it seems like you need to do that, because if you let them give you numbers and segments, then you know how many you need to circumvent the outcome you don't want ahead of time.
If all the results are decentralized and come in at the same time, and you report once they're in, you can't control the outcome. If you say, give us a few days to go through it, now you know where votes are needed to be added.
It's the number one state too. That's why PA. I don't know shadiness. I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong, but they're letting people know that it might take days, so they might just come in with the old fortification.
I spent the last 3 election cycles in Allegheny County in Pennsylvania, right? That's Pittsburgh, and it was interesting for many reasons. One, I mean, obviously, that's an old school Democratic area, right? Pennsylvania, they talk about it forming a T. With essentially all the states red except for Philly and Pittsburgh, and kind of this axis in between.
Yes,
Harrisburg, so Harrisburg and cutting down, the T being the blue. Now, what was interesting there is, when we were in 16, you could feel this kind of groundswell. These were traditional Democrats.
Biden stated that month that his objective in the war was regime change in Russia. His Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, simultaneously explained that America's purpose in the war was to exhaust the Russian army, to degrade its capacity to fight anywhere else in the world. These objectives, of course, have nothing to do with what they were telling Americans about protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine is a victim in this war, and it's a victim of the West. Since then, of Russia and both Russia and the West. Since then, we have, since tearing up that agreement, forcing Zelensky to tear up the agreement, we've squandered the flower of Ukrainian youth, as many as 600,000 Ukrainian kids and over 100,000 Russian kids, all of whom we should be mourning, have died, and the Ukraine's infrastructure is destroyed. The war has been a disaster for our country as well. We squandered nearly $200 billion already, and these are badly needed dollars in our communities, suffering communities all over our country. The Nord Stream pipeline sabotage and the sanctions have destroyed Europe's industrial base, which formed the bulwark of US national security. A strong Germany with a strong industry is a much, much stronger deterrent to Russia, and a Germany that is deindustrialized and turned into just an extension of US military base. We've pushed Russia into a disastrous alliance with China and Iran. We're closer to the brink of nuclear exchange than at any time since 1962. And the neocons in the White House don't seem to care at all. Our moral authority and our economy are in shambles. And the war gave rise to the emergence of BRICS, which now threatens to replace the dollar as the global reserve currency. This is a first-class calamity for our country. Judging by her bellicose, belligerent speech last night in Chicago, we can assume that President Harris will be an enthusiastic advocate for this and other neocon military adventures. And President Trump says that he will reopen negotiations with President Putin and end the war overnight as soon as he becomes president. This alone would justify my support for his campaign. Last summer, it looked like no candidate was willing to negotiate a quick end to the Ukraine war, to tackle chronic disease epidemic, to protect free speech, our constitutional freedoms, to clean corporate influence out of our government, or to defy the neocons and their agenda of endless military adventurism. But now one of the two candidates has adopted these issues as his own, to the point where he has asked to enlist me in his administration. I'm speaking, of course, of Donald Trump. Less than 2 hours after President Trump narrowly escaped assassination, Callie Means called me on my cell phone. I was then in Las Vegas. Callie is arguably the leading advocate for food safety, for soil regeneration, and for ending the chronic disease epidemic that is destroying America's health and ruining our economy. Callie has exposed the insidious corruption at the FDA, the NIH, the HHS, and the USDA that has caused the epidemic. Callie had been working on and off for my campaign, advising me on those subjects since the beginning. And those subjects have been my primary focus for the last 20 years. I was delighted when Callie told me that day that he had also been advising President Trump. He told me President Trump was anxious to talk to me about chronic disease and other subjects, and to explore avenues of cooperation. He asked if I would take a call from the president. President Trump telephoned me a few minutes later, and I met with him the following day. A few weeks later, I met again with President Trump and his family members and closest advisors in Florida. In a series of long, intense discussions, I was surprised to discover that we are aligned on many key issues. In those meetings, he suggested that we join forces as a unity party. We talked about Abraham Lincoln's team of rivals. That arrangement would allow us to disagree publicly and privately and fiercely, if need be, on issues over which we differ, while working together on the existential issues upon which we are in concordance. I was a ferocious critic of many of the policies during his first administration, and there are still issues and approaches upon which we continue to have very serious differences. But we are aligned with each other on other key issues like ending the forever wars, ending the childhood disease epidemics, securing the border, protecting freedom of speech, unraveling the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, getting the US intelligence agencies out of the business of propagandizing and censoring and surveilling Americans and interfering with our elections. Following my first discussion with President Trump, I tried unsuccessfully to open similar discussions with Vice President Harris. Vice President Harris declined to meet or even to speak with me. Suspending my candidacy is a heart-rending decision for me, but I'm convinced that it's the best hope for ending the Ukraine war and ending the chronic disease epidemic that is eroding our nation's vitality from the inside, and for finally protecting free speech. I feel a moral obligation to use this opportunity to save millions of American children, above all things. In case some of you don't realize how dire the condition is of our children's health and chronic disease in general, I would urge you to view Dr. Carlson's recent interview with Callie Means and his sister, Dr. Casey Means, who is the top graduate of her class at Stanford Medical School. This is an issue that affects all of us far more directly and urgently than any culture war issue and all the other issues that we obsess on and that are tearing apart our country. This is the most important issue. Therefore, it has the potential to bring us together. So let me share a little bit about why I believe it's so urgent. Today, 2/3, we spend more on healthcare than any country on earth, twice what they pay in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes of any nation in the world. We're about 79th in health outcomes behind Costa Rica and Nicaragua and Mongolia and other countries. Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. And during the COVID epidemic, we had the highest body count of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths, and we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And CDC says that's because we are the sickest people on earth. We have the highest chronic disease rate on earth. And the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So these were people who had immune system collapse, who had mitochondrial dysfunction. And no other country has anything like this. 2/3 of American adults and children suffer from chronic health issues. 50 years ago, that number was less than 1%. So we've gone from 1% to 66%. In America, 74% of Americans are now overweight or obese, and 50% of our children. 120 years ago, when somebody was obese, they were sent to the circus. There were case reports done about them. Obesity was almost unknown. In Japan, the childhood obesity rate is 3% compared to 50% here. Half of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. When my uncle was president, I was a boy. Juvenile diabetes was effectively non-existent. A typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes during his entire career, a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the mitochondrial disorder that caused diabetes, also causing Alzheimer's, which is now classified as diabetes, And it's costing this country more than our military budget every year. There's been an explosion of neurological illnesses that I never saw as a kid: ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, Tourette's syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, Asperger's, autism. In the year 2000, the autism rate was 1 in 1,500. Now, autism rates in kids are 1 in 36, according to CDC nationally. Nobody's talking about this. 1 in every 22 kids in California has autism. And this is a crisis that 77% of our kids are too disabled to serve in the United States military. What is happening to our country? And why isn't this in the headlines every single day? There's nobody else in the world that is experiencing this. This is only happening in America. About 18%, and by the way, you know, there has been no change in diagnosis, which the industry sometimes like to say. There has been no change in screening. This is a change in incidence. In my generation, 70-year-old men, the autism rates are about 1 in 10,000. In my kids' generation, 1 in 34. I'll repeat, in California, 1 in 22. Why are we letting this happen? Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? These are the most precious assets that we have in this country. How can we let this happen to them? About 18% of American teens now have fatty liver disease. That's like 1 out of every 5. That disease, when I was a kid, only affected late-stage alcoholics who were elderly. Cancer rates are skyrocketing in the young and the old. Young adult cancers are up 79%. 1 in 4 American women is on antidepressant medication. 40% of teens have a mental health diagnosis. And 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall, and 500,000 children on SSRIs. So what's causing this suffering? I'll name 2 culprits. First, and the worst, is ultra-processed food. About 70% of American children's diet is ultra-processed. That means industrial, manufactured in a factory. These foods consist primarily of processed sugar, ultra-processed grains, and seed oils. Laboratory scientists who many of whom formerly worked for the cigarette industry, which purchased all the big food companies in the 1970s and 80s, deployed thousands of scientists to figure out new chemicals to make the food more addictive. And these ingredients didn't exist 100 years ago. Humans aren't biologically adapted to eat them. Hundreds of these chemicals are now banned in Europe, but ubiquitous in American processed foods. The second culprit is toxic chemicals in our food, our medicine, in our environment. Pesticides, food additives, pharmaceutical drugs, and toxic waste permeate every cell of our bodies. The assault on our children's cells and hormones is unrelenting. To name just one problem, many of these chemicals increase estrogen because young children are ingesting so many of these hormone disruptors. America's puberty rate is now occurring at age 10 to 13, which is 6 years earlier than girls were reaching puberty in 1900. Our country has the earliest puberty rates of any continent on the earth. And no, this isn't because of better nutrition. This is not normal. Breast cancer is also estrogen driven, and it now strikes 1 in 8 women. We are mass poisoning all of our children and our adults. Considering the grievous human cost of this tragic epidemic of chronic disease, it seems almost crass to mention the damage it does to our economy. But I'll say, it is crippling the nation's finances. When my uncle was president, our country spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, government healthcare spending is almost all for chronic disease. And it's double the military budget. and it is the fastest growing budget item in the federal budget. And chronic disease costs more to the economy as a whole, costs at least $4 trillion, 5 times our military budget. And that's a 20% drag on everything we do and everything we aspire to. Poor and minority communities suffer disproportionately. People who worry about DEI or about bigotry of any kind, this dwarfs anything. We are poisoning the poor. We are systematically poisoning minorities across this country. Industry lobbyists have made sure that most of the food stamp lunch program, about 70% of food stamps and 70 or 77% of school lunches are processed foods. There's no vegetables. There's nothing that you would want to eat. We are just poisoning the poor citizens, and that's why they have the highest chronic disease burden of any demographic in our country, and the highest in the world. The same food industry lobbied to make sure that nearly all agricultural subsidies go to commodity crops that are the feedstock of processed food industry. These policies are destroying small farms, and they're destroying our soils. We give about, I think, 8 times as much in subsidies to tobacco than we do to fruits and vegetables. It makes no sense if we want a healthy country. The good news is that we can change all this. We can change it very, very quickly. America can get healthy again. To do that, we need to do 3 things. First, we need to root out the corruption in our health agencies. Second, we need to change incentives in our healthcare system. And third, we need to inspire Americans to get healthy again. 80% of NIH grants go to people who have conflicts of interest. These are the people, virtually everybody who sits, Joe Biden just appointed a new panel to NIH to decide the food recommendations. And they're all people who are from the industry. They're all people who are from the processed food companies. They're deciding what Americans, here is healthy. And the recommendations on the food pyramid and what goes to our school lunch programs, what go to the program, the Swiss program, the food stamp programs, they're all corrupted and conflicted individuals. These agencies, the FDA, USDA, and CDC, all of them are controlled by giant for-profit corporations. 75% of the FDA's funding doesn't come from taxpayer, it comes from pharma. And pharma executives and consultants and lobbyists cycle in and out of these agencies with President Trump's backing. I'm going to change that. We're going to staff these agencies with honest scientists and doctors who are free from industry funding. We're going to make sure the decisions of consumers, doctors, and patients are informed by unbiased science. A sick child is the best thing for the pharmaceutical industry. When American children or adults get sick with a chronic condition, they're put on medication for their entire life. Imagine what will happen when Medicare starts paying for Ozempic, which costs $1,500 a month, and it's being recommended for children as young as 6, all for a condition, obesity, that is completely preventable and barely even existed 100 years ago. And 74% of Americans are obese. The cost, if all of them took their Ozempic prescription, is $3 trillion a year. This is a drug that is made by Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe. It's a Danish company, and the Danish government does not recommend it. It recommends change in diet to treat obesity and exercise. And in our country, the recommendation now is for Ozempic to children at age 6. Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe, and virtually its entire value is based upon its projections of what it's going to sell, of the Ozempic it's going to sell to America. And we have the food lobbyists have a bill in front of Congress today that is backed by the White House, backed by Vice President Harris and President Biden to allow this to happen. This $3 trillion cost that is going to bankrupt our country. For a fraction of that amount, we could buy organic food for every American family, 3 meals a day, and eliminate diabetes altogether. We're going to bring healthy food back to school lunches. We're going to stop subsidizing the worst foods with our agricultural subsidies. We're going to get toxic chemicals out of our food. We're going to reform the entire food system. And for that, we need new leadership in Washington. Because unfortunately, both the Democrats and the Republican parties are in cahoots with the big food producers, Big Pharma and Big Ag, which are among the DNC's major donors. Vice President Harris has expressed no interest in addressing this issue. 4 more years of Democratic rule will complete the consolidation of corporate and neocon power, and our children will be the ones who suffer most. I got involved with chronic disease 20 years ago, not because I chose to or wanted to. It was essentially thrust upon me. It was an issue that should have been central to the environmental movement. I was a central leader at that time, but it was widely ignored by all the institutions, including the NGOs, who should have been protecting our kids against toxins. It was an orphaned issue, and I had a weakness for orphans. I watched generations of children get sicker and sicker. I had 11 siblings, and I had 7 kids myself. I was conscious of what was happening in their classrooms and to their friends, and I watched these sick kids, these damaged kids. In that generation, almost all of them are damaged. And nobody in power seemed to care or to even notice. For 19 years, I prayed every morning that God would put me in a position to end this calamity. The chronic disease crisis was one of the primary reasons for my running for president, along with ending censorship in the Ukraine war. It's the reason I've made the heart-wrenching decision to suspend my campaign and to support President Trump. This decision is agonizing for me because of the difficulties it causes my wife and my children and my friends. But I have the certainty that this is what I've meant to do. And that certainty gives me internal peace, even in storms. If I'm given the chance to fix the chronic disease crisis and reform our food production, I promise that within 2 years, we will watch chronic disease burden lift dramatically. We will make Americans healthy again. Within 4 years, America will be a healthy country. We will be stronger, more resilient, more optimistic, and happier. I won't fail in doing this. Ultimately, the future, however it happens, is in God's hands and in the hands of the American voters and those of President Trump. If President Trump is elected and honors his word, the vast burden of chronic disease that now demoralizes and bankrupts the country will disappear. This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision through deep prayer, through hard-nosed logic, and I asked myself, what choices must I make to maximize my chances to save America's children and restore national health? I felt that if I refused this opportunity, I would not be able to look myself in the mirror, knowing that I could have saved lives of countless children and reversed this country's chronic disease epidemic. I'm 70 years old. I may have a decade to be effective. I can't imagine that President Harris would allow me or anyone to solve these dire problems. After 8 years of President Harris, any opportunity for me to fix the problem will be out of my reach forever. President Trump has told me that he wants this to be his legacy. I'm choosing to believe that this time he will follow through. His son, his biggest donors, his closest friends, and all support this objective. My joining the Trump campaign will be a difficult sacrifice for my wife and children, but worthwhile if there's even a small chance of saving these kids. Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country and our children is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other. That's why I launched my campaign to unify America. My dad and uncle made such an enduring mark on the character of our nation, not so much because of any particular policies that they promoted, but because they were able to inspire profound love for our country and to fortify our sense of ourselves as a national community held together by ideals. They were able to put their love into the intentions and hearts of ordinary Americans and to unify a national populist movement of Americans, blacks and whites, Hispanics, urban and rural Americans. They inspired affection and love and high hopes and a culture of kindness that continue to radiate among Americans from their memory. That's the spirit on which I ran my campaign and that I intend to bring into the campaign of President Trump. Instead of vitriol and polarization, I will appeal to the values that unite us, the goals that we could achieve if only we weren't at each other's throats. The most unifying theme for all Americans is that we all love our children. If we all unite around that issue now, we can finally give them the protection, the health, and the future that they deserve. Thank you all very much.
gonna kill some noobs. We're about to do the fish tank paradox, guys. This is probably the hardest part of the paper to write, which is why it's been taking so long. We're only like 34 pages in. But we're gonna get there now, okay? We're closing in on it.
This is the fastest way to generate almost cost-free electricity for life.
What if the ground you walk on could easily power your entire home endlessly? Do not buy solar.
What's even more shocking is he's stronger, can work out longer, and can even have...
Eliminating the rolling in 7.
I think he could do a lot of good. I just wouldn't vote for him for president. You know? Hang out, and I want my live streams to be like a party where people are hanging out, having fun, helping get through the day. That's why I'm live Monday through Friday at 1 East.
Who would have guessed?
I think what we Biden tweaked the DA. I'll put
that there would be a port the war in the end of the season.
I do, you know, 1 o'clock Eastern, Monday through Friday, but then this election season I will be. I know a lot of people cover it. I know there's, and shout out to
of the sitting president. It's big money interest.
Hope people make friends in the chat and all this kind of stuff. And shout out to everyone in locals. There's 34 people watching locals right now. Absolutely, positively, directly asking. I rarely push it this hard. Please consider right below the video there's a button called the basement.
As you know,
during every live stream. Here we go.
We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision. Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures. I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of When it abandoned democracy we were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision. Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures. I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of attorneys and millions of dollars to handle all the legal challenges from the DNC. The naysayers told us that we were climbing a glass version of Mount Impossible. So the first thing I want to tell you is that we proved them wrong. We did it because beneath the radar of mainstream media organs, we inspired a massive independent political movement.
They did.
More than 100,000 volunteers sprang into action, hopeful that they could reverse our nation's decline. Many worked 10-hour days, sometimes in blizzards and blazing heat. They sacrificed family time, personal commitments, and sleep month after month, energized by a shared vision of a nation healed of its divisions. They set up tables at churches and farmers markets. They canvassed door to door. In Utah and in New Hampshire, volunteers collected signatures in snowstorms, convincing each supporter to stop in the frigid cold, take off their gloves, and to sign legibly. During a heat wave in Nevada, I met a tall, athletic volunteer who cheerfully told me that he had lost 25 pounds collecting signatures in 117-degree heat. To finance this effort, young Americans donated their lunch money, and senior citizens gave up part of their Social Security checks. Our 50-state organization collected those millions of signatures.
You've never heard RFK talk before. He has spasmodic dysphonia.
And so I want to thank all of those
disorder in his
dedicated
throat.
volunteers.
He's not sick or crying. That's how he always sounds.
The campaign staff who coordinated this enormous logistical
I don't know why people
feat.
are. This is how he
Your
always sounds.
accomplishments were regarded as impossible. You carried me up that glass mountain. You pulled off a miracle. You achieved what all the pundits said could never be done. You have my deepest gratitude.
Or neurological.
And I'm never going to forget that. Not just for what you did for my campaign, but for the sacrifices you made because you love our country. You showed everyone that democracy is still possible here. It continues to survive in the press and in the idealistic
I hope his
energies
endorsement's really strong.
that still thrive
No problem,
beneath the
Alex.
canvas of neglect.
He's a smart guy.
And of official and institutional corruption. Today, I'm here to tell you that I will not allow your efforts to go to waste. I'm here to tell you that I will leverage your tremendous accomplishments to serve the ideals that we share, the ideals of peace, of prosperity, of freedom, of health, all the ideals that motivated my campaign. I'm here today to describe the path forward that you've opened with your commitment and with your hard labors. Now, in an honest system, I believe that I would have won the election. In a system that my father and my uncles thrived in, a system with open debate, with fair primaries with a regularly scheduled debate, with fair primaries, and with a truly independent media untainted by government propaganda and censorship.
This is RFK at
In a
his best.
system of nonpartisan courts and election boards, everything would be different. After all, the polls consistently showed me beating each of the other candidates, both in favorability and also in head-to-head matchups. But I'm sorry to say that while democracy
I don't know
may
about
still
that.
be alive at the grassroots,
I don't think that.
it
was
has
ever
become little more than a slogan for our political institutions, for our media, and for our government, and most sadly at all for me, the Democratic Party. In the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate, that its candidate could win in a fair election at the voting booth. The DNC waged continual legal warfare against both President Trump and myself.
They did do that.
Each time that our volunteers turned in those towering boxes of signatures needed to get on the ballot, the DNC dragged us into court, state after state, attempting
do that.
to erase their work and to subvert the will of the voters who had signed those petitions. It deployed DNC-aligned judges to throw me and other
It's crushing the
candidates
Democrats
off
right now. The
ballot
Republicans didn't have a
and to
problem
throw
with them, by the
President
way.
Trump in jail. It ran a sham primary that was rigged to prevent any serious challenge to President Biden. Then, when a predictably bungled debate performance precipitated the palace coup against President Biden,
Called it a coup,
the
too. Let's
same
go,
shadowy
RFK.
DNC operative appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020.
Yes!
Without winning a
RFK's
single
killing
delegate.
it.
My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35 days.
Yeah.
This is profoundly undemocratic. How are people to choose when they don't know
He's cooking 'em.
whom they are choosing? And how can this look to the rest of the world? My father and my uncle were always conscious of America's image abroad because of our nation's role as the template for democracy.
He needs a
The
strong
role
endorsement
model
for Trump,
democratic processes. And
He's gotta
the leader
mobilize
of
his
the free
base.
world. Instead of showing us her substance and character, the DNC and its media organs engineered a surge of popularity for Vice President Harris based upon, well, nothing. No policies, no interviews, no debates, only smoke and mirrors and balloons in a highly produced Chicago circus. There in Chicago, a string of Democratic speakers mentioned Donald Trump 147 times just on the first day.
He's
So
killing
who
him.
needs a policy when you have Trump to hate? In contrast, at the RNC convention, President Biden was mentioned only twice in 4 days.
Who needs a
I
policy?
do
when you're
interviews
Trump
every
hater?
day.
Great line.
Many of you have interviewed me. Anybody who asks gets to interview me. Some days I do as many as 10. President Trump, who actually was nominated and won an election, also does interviews daily. How did the Democratic Party choose a candidate that has never done an interview or debate during the entire election cycle? We know the answers. They did it by weaponizing the government agencies. They did it by abandoning democracy. They did it by suing the opposition and by disenfranchising American voters. What most alarms me isn't how the Democratic Party conducts its internal affairs or runs its candidates. What alarms me is the resort to censorship and media control and the weaponization of the federal agencies. When a U.S. president
Kennedy
believes
endorsing
that
a Trump,
outright
mind blowing. Yeah.
coerces
Yeah, Froggy. Uh-oh.
He accompanies to
Oh.
censor political speech. It's an attack on our most sacred right of free expression, and that's the very right upon which all of our other constitutional rights rest. President Biden mocked Vladimir Putin's 88% landslide in Russian elections, observing that Putin and his party controlled the Russian press, and that Putin prevented serious opponents from appearing on the ballot. But here in America, the DNC also prevented opponents from appearing on
Yes,
the
they
ballot.
did.
And our television networks expose themselves as Democratic Party organs. Over the course of more than a year, in a campaign where my poll numbers reached at times in the high 20s, the DNC-aligned mainstream media networks
Never covered it.
maintain a near perfect embargo on interviews with me. During his 10-month presidential campaign in 1992,
Make sure you follow the channel for my regular stream.
Ross Perot gave 34 interviews on mainstream networks. In contrast, during the 16 months since I declared, ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, and CNN combined gave only 2 live interviews from me.
That's a great
Those
point.
networks instead ran a continuous deluge of hit pieces with inaccurate, often vile, pejoratives and defamatory smears. Some of those same networks and colluded with the DNC to keep me off the debate stage. Representatives of those networks are in this room right now, and I'll just take a moment to ask you to consider the many ways that your institutions have abdicated this really sacred responsibility, duty of a free press, to safeguard democracy and to challenge always the party in power. Instead of maintaining that posture of fear or skepticism toward authority, your institutions have made themselves government mouthpieces and stenographers for the organs of power. You didn't alone cause the devolution of democracy, but you could have prevented it. The Democratic Party's censorship of social media was even more of a naked exercise of executive power. This week, a federal judge, Terry Doty, upheld my injunction against President Biden.
If he didn't have his
censorship project,
speech thing,
the most
he'd be
egregious violation of the First Amendment in the history of the United States of America. Doty's previous 155-page decision details how just 37 hours after he took the oath of office, swearing to uphold the Constitution, President Biden and his White House opened up a portal and then invited the CIA, the FBI, CISA, which is a censorship agency, it's the center of the censorship industrial
Oh yeah,
complex.
hit the censorship stuff.
DHS,
Yes.
the IRS, and other agencies to censor me and other political dissidents on social media. Even today, users who try to post my campaign videos to Facebook or YouTube send messages that this content violates community standards. 2 days after Judge Doty rendered his decision this week, Facebook was still attaching warning labels to an online petition calling on ABC to include me in the upcoming debate. They said that violates community standards, their community standards. The mainstream media was once the guardian of the First Amendment and democratic principles, and it's joined this systemic attack on democracy.
Do you think anyone's carrying this in the
It
mainstream?
also, the media justifies their censorship on the grounds of combating misinformation. But governments and oppressors don't censor lies. They don't fear lies. They fear the truth, and that's what they censor. And I don't want any of this to sound like a personal complaint, because it's not. For me, it's all
Keep
part of a
us informed,
journey, and it's a
JP.
journey that I signed up with.
Fox has already got,
But
you know.
I need to make these observations because I think they're critical for us doing the things we need to do as citizens of democracy to assess where we are in this country and what our democracy still looks like.
I'm waiting to
And
invite
the
you.
assumptions about U.S. leadership around the globe. And are we living up? Are we really still a role model for democracy in this country?
Oh, for normies?
Have we
Yeah,
made
yeah,
it,
yeah.
you know, a kind of a
It's a great speech
a joke.
if they see it.
Here's the good news. While mainstream outlets denied me a critical platform, they didn't shut down my ideas, which have especially flourished among young voters, independent voters, thanks to the alternative media. Many months ago, I promised the American people that I would withdraw from the race if I became a spoiler. A spoiler is someone who will alter the outcome of the election but has no chance of winning. In my heart, I no longer believe that I have a realistic path to electoral victory in the face of this relentless systematic censorship and media control. So I cannot in good conscience ask my staff and volunteers to keep working their long hours, or ask my donors to keep giving when I cannot honestly tell them that I have a real path
Good idea,
to
Rendon.
the White House. Furthermore, our polling consistently showed that by staying on the ballot in the battleground states, I would likely hand the election over to the Democrats, with whom I disagree on the most existential issues: censorship, war, and chronic disease. Well, I want everyone to know that I am not terminating my campaign. I am simply suspending it and not ending it. My name will remain on the ballot in most states. If you live in a blue state, you can vote for me without harming or helping President Trump or Vice President Harris. In red states, the same will apply. I encourage you to vote for me. And if enough of you do vote for me, and neither of the major party candidates win 270 votes, which is quite possible, in fact, today our polling shows them tying at 269 to 269. And I could conceivably still end up in the White House in a contingent election. But in about 10 battleground states where my presence would be a spoiler, I'm going to remove my name. And I've already started that process.
Oh.
It's with a sense of victory and not defeat that I'm suspending my campaign activity. Not only did we do the impossible by collecting 1 million signatures, but we changed the national political conversation forever. Chronic disease, free speech, government corruption, breaking our addiction to war, have moved to the center of politics. I can say to all who have worked so hard.
It's not that great of an endorsement.
Thank you for a job well done. We gave great cause so many families of charities in the first place, primarily.
This is not an endorsement.
These are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump.
Oh, there we go.
The causes were free speech, war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. I've already described some of my personal experiences and struggles with the government's censorship industrial complex. I want to say a word about the Ukraine war.
All right, there you go. There it is.
Complex has provided us with a familiar comic book justification of everyone, every war. That this one is a noble effort to stop a supervillain, Vladimir Putin, from invading the Ukraine and then to thwart his Hitler-like march across Europe. In fact, tiny Ukraine is a proxy in a geopolitical struggle initiated by the ambition.
No, this is an endorsement. An endorsement.
Americans' global hegemony.
I mean, if he's removing himself from the battleground space and he's saying vote for Trump, that's an endorsement. Who cares if you vote for Trump in Texas? He's going to win Texas anyway.
The war is Russia's predictable response to the reckless neocon project of extending NATO to encircle Russia, a hostile act. The credulous media rarely explain to Americans that we unilaterally walked away from 2 intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with Russia. and then put nuclear-ready agents in the system.
Yes, very strategic. Yeah.
This is a possible act. Why?
It's not weak. What do you want him to do? Blow
The Biden
Trump?
White House repeatedly spurned Russia's offer to settle this war peacefully.
Not enough minerals.
The Ukraine war began in 2014 when U.S. agencies overthrew the democratically elected government of Ukraine and installed a hand-picked pro-Western government that launched a deadly civil war against ethnic Russians. In 2019, America walked away from a peace treaty, the Minsk Agreement, that had been negotiated between Russia and Ukraine by European nations. And then in April of 2022, we wanted the war. In April of 2022, President Biden sent Boris Johnson to Ukraine to force President Zelensky to tear up the peace agreement that he and the Russians had already signed. The Russians
This
were
is just
withdrawing
more of
troops.
a anti-Democrat than
Yeah,
pro-Trump.
times.
I think it's smart.
And that peace agreement would have brought peace to the region and would have allowed Donbass and Lugansk to remain part of Ukraine.
Not enough minerals.
President Biden stated that month that his objective in the war was regime change in Russia. His defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, simultaneously explained that America's purpose in the war was to exhaust the Russian army and invade its capacity to fight anywhere else in the world. These objectives, of course, have nothing to do with what they were telling Americans about protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine is a victim of the war. It's a victim of the West. Since then, of Russia and both Russia and the West. Since then, we have, since tearing up that agreement, forcing Zelensky to tear up the agreement, we've squandered the flower of Ukrainian youth, as many as 600,000 Ukrainian kids, and over 100,000 Russian kids, all of whom we should be mourning,
Not enough minerals.
have died,
Not enough minerals.
and the Ukraine's infrastructure is destroyed. The war has been a disaster for our country as well. We squandered nearly $200 billion
Camel's
already.
Camel's campaign is coping.
Dollars
This is obvious.
Communities, suffering communities.
They
all
see
over
this
our
as an
country.
endorsement.
Nord Stream pipeline sabotage and the sanctions have destroyed Europe's industrial base, which formed the bulwark of U.S. national security. A strong Germany with a strong industry is a much, much stronger.
The headlines will all read
deterrent
that
to
he
Russia
endorses Trump, by the way. Just so
and
you
a
guys,
Germany
you know,
that is
for anybody that's heard about it, like, the headlines will all read
U.S. military base.
that he endorsed
We
Trump.
pushed Russia into a disastrous alliance with China and Iran. We're closer to the brink of nuclear exchange than at any time since 1960. And the neocons, the White House, don't seem to care at all. Our moral authority and our economy are in shambles. And the war gave rise to the emergence of BRICS, which now threatens to replace the dollar as the global reserve currency. This is a first-class calamity to our country. Judging by her bellicose, belligerent speech last night in Chicago, we can assume that President Harris will be an enthusiastic advocate for this and other neocon military adventures. And
There you go. Zing.
President Trump says that he will reopen negotiations with President Putin and end the war overnight as soon as he becomes president. This alone would justify my support for his campaign. Last summer, it looked like no candidate was willing to negotiate a quick end to the Ukraine war, to tackle chronic disease epidemic, protect free speech, our constitutional freedoms, to clean corporate influence out of our government, or to defy the neocons and their agenda of endless military adventures.
Yeah, he's giving Never Trumpers an out.
But now one of the two candidates has adopted these issues as his own.
Here's another
To the
endorsement coming
point
right here.
where he has asked to enlist me in his administration. I'm speaking, of course, of Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is, here we go.
Less than 2 hours after President Trump narrowly escaped assassination, Allie Means called me on my cell phone. I was then in Las Vegas.
There you go. Are you guys happy
Allie
now?
is arguably the leading advocate for food safety, for soil regeneration,
FDA!
and for ending the chronic disease epidemic.
Come on,
that is
put him in the
destroying
FDA.
America's health and ruining our economy. Galley has exposed the insidious corruption at the FDA, the NIH, the HHS, and the USDA that has caused
I
the
called
epidemic.
it. I called it.
Allie had been working on and off for my campaign, advising me on those subjects since the beginning. And those subjects have been my primary focus for the last 20 years. I was delighted when Allie told me that day that he had also been advising President Trump. He told me President Trump was anxious to talk to me about chronic disease and other subjects, and to explore avenues of cooperation. He asked if I would take a call from the president. President Trump telephoned me a few minutes later, and I met with him the following day. A few weeks later, I met again with President Trump and his family members and close advisors in Florida. In a series of long, intense discussions, I was surprised to discover that we are aligned on many key issues. In those meetings, he suggested that we join forces as a unity party. We talked about Abraham Lincoln's super bribery. That arrangement would allow us to disagree publicly and privately, and fiercely if need be, on issues over which we differ, while working together on the existential issues upon which we are in good quarters. I was a ferocious critic of many of the policies during his first administration, and there are still issues and approaches upon which we continue.
We're going to talk about this.
Have very serious differences. But we're aligned with each other on other conditions, like ending the epidemic, ending the childhood disease, securing the border, protecting freedom of speech, unraveling the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, getting the U.S. intelligence agencies out of the business of propagandizing,
yes, please,
surveilling Americans, and interfering with our elections. Following my first discussion with President Trump, I tried unsuccessfully to open similar discussions with Vice President Harris. Vice President Harris declined to meet or even to speak with me. Suspending my candidacy is a heart-rending decision.
That will help.
But I'm convinced
I'm
that
going
it's
to tell you
the
why
best
that's
hope
important after he's done talking.
for ending the Ukraine war and ending the chronic disease epidemic that is eroding our nation's vitality from the inside, and for finally protecting free speech. I feel a moral obligation to use this opportunity to save millions of American children, above all things. In case some of you don't realize how dire the condition is of our children's health and chronic disease in general, I would urge you to view Dr. Carlson's recent interview with Callie Means and his sister, Dr. Casey Means, who is the top
that was a good interview
of her class at Stanford Medical School. This is an issue that affects all of us far more directly and urgently than any culture war issue and all the other issues that we obsess on and that are tearing apart our country. This is the most important issue. Therefore, it has the potential to bring us together.
Bring
So
Gabbard
let
on,
me share
too.
a little bit about why I believe it's so urgent. Today, 2/3, we spend more on healthcare than any country on earth, twice what they pay in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes of any nation in the world. We're about 79th in health outcomes behind Costa Rica and Nicaragua and Mongolia and other countries. Nobody has a chronic disease burden like
This
we
is a good
have.
speech,
And during
yeah. Very good speech.
COVID
We
of
finished it
any
strong.
country in the world, we had 16% of the COVID deaths, and we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And CDC says that's because we are the sickest people on earth. We have the highest chronic disease rate on earth. And the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So these were people who had immune system collapse, who had mitochondrial dysfunction. And no other country has anything like this. 2/3 of American adults
He's
and
right about
children
this.
suffer from chronic health issues. 50 years ago, That number was less than 1%. Oh, we've gone from 1% to 66%. In America, 74% of Americans are now overweight or obese, and 50% of our children. 120 years ago, when somebody was obese, they were
like 20
sent to the
pounds.
circus. There were case reports done about them. Obesity was almost unknown. In Japan, the childhood obesity rate is 3% compared to 50% a year.
50.
Half of Americans have pre-diabetes or type 2 diabetes. When my uncle was president and I was a boy, juvenile diabetes was effectively non-existent. A typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes during his entire career, a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the mitochondrial disorder that caused diabetes, also causing Alzheimer's, which is now classified as diabetes. And it's costing this country more than our military budget every year. There's been an explosion of neurological illnesses that I never saw as a kid: ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, Tourette's syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, Asperger's, autism. In the year 2000, the autism rate was 1 in 1,500. Now, autism rates in kids are 1 in 36, according to CDC National.
Wow.
Nobody's talking about this. 1 in every 22 kids in California has autism. And this is a crisis that 77% of our kids are too disabled to serve in the United States military.
Got some points to talk about.
What is happening to our country? And why isn't this in the headlines every single day? There's nobody else in the world that is experiencing this. This is only happening in America. About 18%. And by the way, there has been no change in diagnosis, which the industry sometimes like to say. There has been no change in screening. This is a change.
CNN's got to be seething.
In my generation, 70-year-old men, the autism rates are about 1 in 10,000. In my kids' generation, 1 in 34. I'll repeat, in California, 1 in 22.
Wonder why that
are we
is.
letting this happen?
Why do we
are
think that
allowing
is,
this
friends?
to happen to our children? These are the most precious assets that we have in this country. How can we let this happen to them? About 18%
It's the food.
of American teens now have fatty liver disease. That's like 1 out of every 5. That disease, when I was a kid, only affected late-stage alcoholics who were elderly. Cancer rates are skyrocketing in the young and the old. Young adult cancers are up 79%. 1 in 4 American women is on antidepressant medication. 40% of teens have a mental health diagnosis. And 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall, and 500,000 children on SSRIs. So what's causing this suffering? I'll name 2 culprits.
Here we go.
First, and the worst, is ultra-processed food.
Yeah.
About 70% of American children's diet is ultra-processed. That means industrial manufactured in a factory. These foods consist primarily of processed sugar, ultra-processed grains, and seed oils. Laboratory scientists who many of them formerly worked for the cigarette industry, which purchased all the big food companies in the 1970s and 80s, deployed thousands of scientists to figure out new chemicals to make the food more addictive. And these ingredients didn't exist 100 years ago. Humans aren't biologically adapted to eat them. Hundreds of these chemicals are now banned in Europe, but ubiquitous in American processed foods. The second culprit is toxic chemicals in our food, our medicine, in our environment. Pesticides, food additives,
CNN already cut away.
Drugs and
Oh, we got it right here.
Permeate every cell of our bodies. The assault on our children's cells and hormones is unrelenting. To name just one problem, many of these chemicals increase estrogen. because young children are ingesting so many of these hormone disruptors. America's puberty rate is now occurring at age 10 to 13, which is 6 years earlier than girls were reaching puberty in 1900. Our country has the earliest puberty rates of any continent on the earth. And
I
no,
wonder
this
why
isn't
that is.
because of better nutrition. This is not normal. Breast cancer is also estrogen driven, and it now strikes 1 in 8 women. We are mass poisoning all of our children and our adults.
Based and true.
Considering the grievous human cost of this tragic epidemic of chronic disease, it seems almost crass to mention the damage it does to our economy. But I'll say, it is crippling the nation's finances. When my uncle was president, our country spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, government healthcare spending is almost all for chronic disease. And it's double the military budget. And it is the fastest growing budget item in the federal budget. Chronic disease costs more to the economy as a whole, costs at least $4 trillion, 5 times our military budget. And that's a 20% drag on everything we do and everything we aspire to. Poor and minority communities suffer disproportionately. People who worry about DEI or about bigotry of any kind, this dwarfs anything. We are poisoning the poor. We are systematically poisoning minorities across this country. Industry lobbyists have made sure that most of the food stamp lunch program, about 70% of food stamps and about 70 or 77% of school lunches are processed foods. There's no vegetables. There's nothing that you would want to eat. We are just poisoning the poor citizens, and that's why they have the highest chronic disease burden of anybody, any demographic in our country, and the highest in the world. The same food industry lobbied to make sure that nearly all agricultural subsidies go to commodity crops that are the feedstock of
This is making me want to
industry.
drastically change what I eat.
These
I'm not kidding.
policies are
I
destroying
just seriously
small farms, and they're destroying our
I'm already
soils.
building like a grocery list
We
in my
give
head.
we give about, I think, 8 times as much
I know
in
it's probably
subsidies
too
to
late for me, but
tobacco
I can slow down
and
the
we
damage,
do
you know?
to fruits and vegetables. It makes no sense. If we want a healthy country, the good news is that we can change all this. We can change it very, very quickly. America can get healthy again. To do that, we need to do 3 things. First, we need to root out the corruption in our health agencies. Second, we need to change incentives in our healthcare system. And third, we need to inspire Americans to get healthy again.
He
80% of
endorsed him
NIH
twice.
grants go to people who have conflicts of interest. These are the people, virtually everybody who sits, Joe Biden just appointed a new panel to NIH to decide the food recommendations. And they're all people who are from the industry. They're all people who are from the processed food companies. They're deciding what Americans, here is healthy.
I need to find out,
The
is truffle oil a
recommendations on the
seed
food
oil?
pyramid.
I season with
And
that,
what
like
goes
all
to
my
our
meats.
school lunch programs, which go to the program, the Swiss program, the food stamp programs. They're all corrupted and conflicted individuals. These agencies, the FDA, USDA, and CDC, all of them are controlled by giant for-profit corporations. 75% of the FDA's funding doesn't come from taxpayer, it comes from pharma. And pharma executives and consultants and lobbyists cycle in and out of these agencies with President Trump's backing. I'm going to change that. We're going to staff these agencies with honest scientists and doctors who are free from industry funding. We're going to make sure the decisions of consumers, doctors, and patients are informed by unbiased science. A sick child is the best thing for the pharmaceutical
Truffle
industry.
oil's
When
fine, mate.
American children or adults get sick with a chronic condition, they're put on medication for their entire life. Imagine what will happen when Medicare starts paying for Ozempic, which costs
Yeah,
$1,500
K-Dot, me
a
too, bud.
month, and it's being recommended for children as young as 6, all for a condition, obesity, that is completely preventable and barely even existed 100 years ago. And 74% of Americans are obese. The cost, if all of them took their Ozempic prescription, is $3 trillion a year. This is a drug that is made by Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe. It's a Danish company, and the Danish government does not recommend it. It recommends change in diet to treat obesity and exercise. And in our country, the recommendation now is for Ozempic to children at age 6. Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe, and virtually its entire value is based upon its projections of what it's
Pepe,
going
I'll
to
answer that
sell,
after he's
the
done
Ozempic
talking.
it's gonna
We got
sell
lots to talk
America.
about, but no, I don't.
And we have the food lobbyists have a bill in front of Congress today that is backed by the White House, backed by Vice President Harris and President Biden to allow this to happen. This $3 trillion cost that is going to bankrupt our country. For a fraction of that amount, we could buy organic food for every American family, 3 meals a day, and eliminate diabetes altogether. We're going to bring healthy food back to school lunches. We're going to stop subsidizing the worst foods with our agricultural subsidies. We're going to get toxic chemicals out of our
CNN
food.
and
We're gonna
MSNBC
reform the
both cut
entire
away
food
from the
system.
RFK Jr.
And for that,
announcement.
we need new leadership in Washington. Because unfortunately, both the Democrats and the Republican parties are in cahoots with the big food producers, Big Pharma and Big Ag, which are among the DNC's major donors. Vice President Harris has expressed no interest in addressing this issue. 4 more years of Democratic rule will complete the consolidation of corporate and neocon power, and our children will be the ones who suffer most. I got involved with chronic disease 20 years ago, not because I chose to or wanted to. It was essentially thrust upon me. It was an issue that should have been central to the environmental movement. I was a central leader at that time, but it was widely ignored by all the institutions, including the NGOs, who should have been protecting our kids against toxins. It was an orphaned issue, and I had a weakness for orphans. I watched generations of children get sicker and sicker. I had 11 siblings, and I had 7 kids myself. I was conscious of what was happening in their classrooms and to their friends, and I watched these sick kids, these damaged kids. In that generation, almost all of them are damaged. And nobody in power seemed to care or to even notice. For 19 years, I prayed every morning that God would put me in a position to end this calamity. The chronic disease crisis was one of the primary reasons for my
You should go with the
running for
Maha,
president,
Make America Healthy
along
Again.
with ending censorship in the Ukraine war. It's the reason I've made the heart-wrenching decision to suspend my campaign and to support President Trump. This decision is agonizing for me because of the difficulties it causes my wife and my children and my friends. But I have the certainty that this is what I've meant to do. And that certainty gives me internal peace, even in storms. If I'm given the chance to fix the chronic disease crisis and reform our food
I
production,
100% support
I
him
promise
in
that within 2
taking over the
years,
FDA.
we will watch chronic disease burden lift dramatically. We will make Americans healthy again.
Ah, he said
Within
it!
4 years, America will be a healthy country. We will be stronger, more resilient, more optimistic, and happier. I won't fail in doing this. Ultimately, the future, however it happens, is in God's hands and in the hands of the American voters and those of President Trump. If President Trump is elected and honors his word, the vast burden of chronic disease that now demoralizes and bankrupts the country will disappear. This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision through deep prayer, through hard-nosed logic, and I asked myself, what choices must I make to maximize my chances to save America's children and restore national health? I felt that if I refused this opportunity,
Your
I would
boy,
not be able to look
you know, I
myself
do
in
have
the
a
mirror,
master's degree in marketing.
knowing that I could have saved lives of countless children and reversed this country's chronic disease epidemic. I'm 70 years old. I may have a decade to be effective. I can't imagine that President Harris would allow me or anyone to solve these dire problems. After 8 years of President Harris, any opportunity for me to fix the problem will be out of my reach forever. President Trump has told me that he wants this to be his legacy. I'm choosing to believe that this time he will follow through. His son, his biggest donors, his closest friends, and all support this objective. My joining the Trump campaign will be a difficult sacrifice for my wife and children, but worthwhile if there's even a small chance of saving these kids. Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country and our children is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other. That's why I launched my campaign to unify America. My dad and uncle made such an enduring mark on the character of our nation, not so much because of any particular policies that they promoted, but because they were able to inspire profound love for our country and to fortify our sense of ourselves as a
We got a few
national
things to talk
community
about after he's done here, so stick around.
held together by ideals. They were able to put their love into the intentions and hearts of ordinary Americans and to unify a national populist movement of Americans, Blacks and whites, Hispanics, urban and rural Americans. They inspired affection and love and high hopes and a culture of kindness that continue to radiate among Americans from their memory. That's the spirit on which I ran my campaign and that I intend to bring into the campaign of President Trump. Instead of vitriol and polarization, I will appeal to the values that unite us, the goals that we could achieve if only we weren't at each other's throats. The most unifying theme for all Americans is that we all love our children. If we all unite around that issue now, we can finally give them the protection, the health, and the future that they deserve. Thank you all very much.
Very good speech. Very good speech. Now, if you just tuned in for that alone, make sure that before you leave, you click that follow button. There's a button right underneath where you're watching. If it's green and it says follow, please click that. Make sure you're following the channel. I am live Monday through Friday at 1 Eastern every single weekday, but also I am live in the evenings for all breaking political news. I am live discussing the debates. I'll be live for the presidential debates, the vice presidential debates. I will have an election stream, everything that you all want covered. I will be here to cover it with you. All I ever ask is that you simply follow my account so you get notified when I actually go live. I really hope that you enjoy my commentary. We're going to talk about some things. Was it a huge, full-throated? We're going to be quick, and I'm going to get over to Trump stuff too. I think RFK's endorsement was good. I think RFK for the FDA is good. And I think he kind of touched on, I think he avoided the jab stuff, which is good. The betting markets shifted about 2 pennies, or it shifted about 2 pennies after the endorsement, which is a real follow. Just followed. Thanks for this. You're very welcome, Real Fringe. One thing you might not know about me, if you're just tuning in for the RFK stuff, I interact with my chat. I read the chat. I want you to be here. I want us to be, hang out. And I want my live streams to be like a party where people are hanging out, having fun, helping get through the day. That's why I'm live Monday through Friday at 1 Eastern. But also, I was live several nights for the DNC this week. And obviously, I'll be live for the debates, the vice presidential debates, the presidential debates, any major, presidential stuff I'll be covering as well. RFK essentially entirely endorsed Trump. I think he stayed on several state ballots where basically the votes were irrelevant. I think partly maybe to keep Secret Service protection. I don't know that, to be 100% true, but that's part of it. He also I think I really like him for the FDA.
Stopped at one of Javier's restaurants to
I really, really like him for the FDA. I was inspired, by eating, by what he said about the food and how it's in the insane things it's done to, just people getting sick, right? And I thought it was good. How many votes will it switch? Will it move? Well, I think more than anything, with how badly he stuck it to the Democrats, I would say that he ensured that he also removed himself from the ballot in swing states. So in the swing states, he won't be on the ballot, and he also endorsed Trump. I think if you're an RFK fan and you are a big fan of him fixing the food, then you want to vote for Trump so he can do that. I think he did a good job acknowledging that. I mentioned one of the big sound bites, I think, that I wanted to talk about was him calling out Kamala Harris for ignoring his call. I think that was probably a bad look for Kamala Harris and probably a good look for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to basically say, like, hey, I tried to talk to this lady and she refused my calls. I think that's a I think that's good. Courting, did he endorse him? I couldn't watch because his voice makes me want water. Yes, he endorsed him several times. Several times through his speech. Crispy Leg says he was the only other person I would have voted for if Trump wasn't in the race. Now I have both on the same ticket. Big true. Chibiya Watchin. I don't know. Chibiya Watchin, maybe. Surprising he's a Democrat nowadays. Maki says, when I started keto, my fibromyalgia and depression seemed almost non-existent. The food you eat really does impact your health. I think I'm going to just go carnivore, I think. Right? Pepe Payne, no hate. Does this make you regret not supporting RFK? No, I would not have voted for RFK for president. He has some bad opinions about guns and the Second Amendment. He's also pro full-term abortion. So I would not have voted for him for president, but I would wholeheartedly support him heading up the FDA. I would wholeheartedly support him breaking up the big pharma. I think he could do a lot of good. I just wouldn't vote for him for president. Over on YouTube, Ethan W. Monster, CNN fact check Blue and on Rare CNN. W, thank you all for all of your super chats. They're my streams are always demonetized, so super chats and Rumble rants are the only way I earn any money. So I always appreciate. They're not required. And again, just if you're temporarily here or new here, I stream Monday through Fridays. We'll tune into Trump here in a second. Monday through Fridays at 1 Eastern. So please, if you can, right below the video, there's a follow button. Make sure you click that green follow button so you get notified next time I'm live, which is, again, Monday through Friday at 1 Eastern, but also as needed in the evenings. Cultivated Mindset, great to see this finally come to light. I teach a farming method called KNF. I'll be speaking at the Texas Permaculture Expo in Athens, Texas, November 9th. We can fix us. Nice. Shout out to Cultivated Mind and their mushrooms, too. King of Biltong. Biltong is one of the most protein-dense foods in the world. Biltong is also full of B12, zinc, iron, and creatine. Look for a healthy snack. Go to BiltongUSA.com. Quartering 10 for 10% off. Yes, I eat Biltong every day. If Cat Turd shits on RFK, Elon needs to ban his Twitter. Yeah, right?
Up very substantially.
Let's just check in on him.
Yesterday, Javier, they did something that was terrible. It was just found out. They reported that 818,000 jobs were here that weren't.
Can anyone remember the app that shows political contributions of companies? Oh my God, I knew it right till you asked that. Is it the Chat will know. Chat will know. It's the one that James O'Keefe uses. McFeely, my first political speech ever that made me feel hopeful. Nice. That's a great comment. I will turn it up. Just a quick word from Ultimate Pet Nutrition. If your dog's coat is dull, energy is low, itchy ears and red, if their breath or poop smells very bad, if they're just not doing well, there can be warning signs of bad health. The first thing we want to look at is nutrition. Basically, dog food makers take healthy ingredients and pressure cook them at super high temperatures. When it comes out the other end, you've got this brown mush. The food is supposed to last for 2 to 3 years on the shelf, but that means some pretty bad stuff has gotten into the food to make it last that long. Studies showing that this process can even lead to serious conditions. Dr. Gary Richter has helped thousands of dogs with issues that seemed impossible to go away. He's made a video to alert you to every pet owner what you must know, and you can watch it over at ultimatedoghealth.com/studio. That's ultimatedoghealth.com/studio. It's linked at the bottom of this video. Make sure to go to ultimatedoghealth.com/studio or click the link in the description box below.
Among Hispanics also hit a record high. And for working families and small businesses like this one, this is not a small business.
No, not Open
this is a big
Secrets.
business.
It's
But we'll call it a small business for tax
I
purposes.
thought it was something else.
We delivered the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in the history of our country. We achieved energy independence, and we built the greatest economy any time in the history of the world. It was the strongest economy anybody had ever seen. Under Kamala, it has been one disaster after another. Take a look at the border. You want to really see a disaster. I was there yesterday. What a disaster. After Kamala cast the tie-breaking votes on the
Did he endorse
bills
him? Yes. I answered
that caused the worst
How can you-
inflation in decades,
Yeah.
the Harris price hikes
Yeah, he
have
endorsed him.
cost the typical Nevada family. And you take a look. So the Nevada family spent $32,000 more under this horrible regime of people that don't know what the hell they're doing. Now Kamala is promising communist price controls on food. Her plan will cause catastrophic inflation, shortages of rationing. The restaurant industry will be obliterated. And I say, welcome to 1929. Do you know what 1929 was? You don't want to know, right? You don't want to know.
He
but
must
that's
not have
where
a
they're headed if
teleprompter
they
there,
do
so
what
he's just
they're
going off
planning.
the binder.
Kamala is
Check out
also
The Vertical
pledging
Diet
the
by
largest
Stan
tax hikes
Efferding.
in American history. And Las Vegas
Check it out.
hospitality industry would actually never recover from that. It's the largest tax hikes in history. And, you know, you heard her words.
The Hills
last
have
night. She has to
FPV
talk
says
about
their
that.
poop smells good.
You
I've heard that
notice they
about
talk-
them.
I guess you mentioned the Trump name many, many times. Like
Trump,
19
Vance,
or
Kennedy,
21
real
or
results at
something.
hand.
She didn't
Now get
mention the
Tulsi.
border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention the bad economy. She didn't mention crime. She didn't mention any of the things that she's supposed to be
So basically,
mentioning. But she
Trump
mentioned Trump
held his
21
3-point lead
times
in
or
the
some crazy
gambling
thing.
markets.
And she mentioned thank you about 50 times. Did you see the beginning? Thank you. 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 I said, what the hell is wrong with her? But then she recovered. She did much better. But she didn't tell anything. She didn't say anything. She talked about her family, how beautiful San Francisco was. I put out a note. I said, well, the word was is very important because what the hell happened? Under her, as district attorney, she destroyed San Francisco. And then as the attorney general, she ruined the state of California with her stupid policies. But she was showing
McLeod,
her
with
beautiful
RFK
life
joining
in
Trump,
San
the
Francisco,
fellowship
and
is
everybody
being
was
assembled.
joking
I know.
that was
I'd like
before
to
she
see
destroyed it.
Tulsi.
She's
I'd like to
supported
see
the
some
idea
more
of a
moderates.
70 to 80% tax hike. I don't think the man behind me will be happy. You wouldn't mind paying 80% in taxes, would you? What the hell? He says, whatever's good for America. Right? 80% tax rate, and now she's even pushing a tax on unrealized capital gains. In other words, the appraisers are going to make a lot of money, which will soon be applied to small business owners, and you will be forced to sell your restaurant.
Anthony says if RFK
immediately,
is able to fix the
and
FDA, the
new owner
feminists
won't
will
do the
lose their
job, and
mind.
this restaurant
Healthy at
will
any
be
size
closed.
will
But
be
we're not
gone.
gonna let that
Testosterone
happen,
levels in
Javier.
men
We're
will
gonna
go
make
through
it
the roof.
bigger,
Yeah.
better, stronger, just
Yeah.
like the country.
I love it.
So this is really beyond social, because she is. She's a socialist, but she's really a Marxist. A Marxist is a step beyond. Remember how you said at the State of the Union? We will not have socialism in America. We will never be a socialist country. I was right. We skipped over socialism. We're down to communism. Okay. I was right about it, though. I like to be right. This is, thank you.
There's some drunk lady at the bar. You just know she's had 7 margaritas. And she's like, by the way, people mention about an app. This isn't the app about voting, but I saw it come up in chat. Veebs is an app that's on your iPhone and then your Android or whatever, where you can figure out if companies are woke or not just by scanning the barcode. They also will rate hotels and travel stuff too. I have a promo code for them. It's 4444. They get you a free trial. I think it's only $1 a month anyway, but you might as well take a free trial of it. I love this thing. I use it all the time when I'm grocery shopping, like dead serious. If I see a new brand for something, I'm like, oh, I'm going to figure out, oh, they're DEI or they have this, that, or the other thing, you know? So if you just look up Veebs, VEEBS.com, or you can go to VeebsApp.com and use promo code 4444 as well. Might as well do that while you're hanging out listening.
That's no tax on tips, but the Social Security, no tax, because they've driven them out of business. These people have suffered, and they've done things the right way. They've saved, and then the inflation destroyed them. And we're going to have no tax on Social Security benefits, and that's a big thing, and it's very important. Just as important as what I said before about the no tax on tips. Kamala wants to bring sky-high California energy prices to the rest of the country, and they have just destroyed.
Yeah, it's like the DEI detected thing. Yeah, use my promo code so you get it for free.
Came in. Yeah. They've never had that before because they have the best weather, the most beautiful land. Everything is so good, but they have a terrible governor. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing, but he's got a great line of bullshit. You know?
Whoa!
He's got a good line of stuff. We're doing great in California. You know the U-Haulets and the trailers and stuff? They go to Texas, Florida, other states, right? And they don't know what to do. They only go one way.
Look at this. Kamala HQ is seething. Now you might be wondering why Trump team would want RFK's endorsement. RFK Jr. has been plagued with scandal. A parasitic worm went in his brain and died there. That's how you know that this matters, because Kamala is attacking him. That's how you know it matters.
The environmental extremists, we call them. Nevada electricity prices have already increased by
Trump got 50%. Some extra sleep. Yeah.
So it's 50%. Do you see them going up there? I mean, you see that? They've gone up by 50% over a very short period of time, and I'll unleash American energy, and we'll cut your prices in half. We'll be able to get your energy prices cut in half, and that goes for the whole nation.
The worst thing about DEI is most people have just 5 years of experience to get a job. You can black one become president based on that alone. Yeah,
I'll
no
deliver
kidding.
universal school choice, letting your child go to the public, private, religious, charter school of your choice, the family's choice. And it's something, school choice is a big deal. It's a big deal. Everybody wants school choice. And I'll support our police and stop the crime wave that was caused by this woman. What she's done on the border, she was the border czar. She doesn't want to talk about it. She said, I'm not the border czar. For 4 years, she's the border czar. Now she's not the border czar all of a sudden. You know why? Because people are coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They're coming in by the millions, and they're coming from jails and prisons. They're slightly different meaning.
All right, you know what? I've been streaming for about 3 hours now. I know you guys are all here hanging out. I really appreciate that, but I have chores around the house. I normally stream Monday through Friday, 1 Eastern to 3 Eastern, but also I stream at night for extra streams. So if you haven't yet, there's a green follow button down below the video. Please click that. If you haven't downloaded the Rumble app yet, please do that and follow the quartering. I don't want to just rebroadcast their stuff. You can watch Trump on our real Right Side Broadcasting. But please do give me a follow. I hope you all have an excellent, excellent weekend. I'll probably do some chill streams this weekend as well. Hopefully, obviously we'll be back Monday at 1 Eastern with our regularly scheduled program. And sorry if you just got here. 1 Eastern to 3 Eastern is my normal time slot. Thank you all, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful, safe weekend. I'll probably pop in for a little surprise stream this weekend, so make sure you follow. Thank you to everyone who's followed and backed me on locals. I see you in there, Julie and Jammer, Brian, Bald Pirate, and OFP Bossman and stuff like that. So we'll see you guys Monday at 1 Eastern, but probably extra stream. So that's why you got to follow. Get the Veebs app too. Talk to you later. Oh, wait. The commander got in. Reminder, the Republicans can retake Michigan this year. We need help. Democrats are outspending us 2-1. We need money in the 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 10th districts, as well as the Senate. We also need to take the state house. Cheers. Yes, Michigan is in play, especially if she loses the Muslim vote. So, yes, great point. I'll pass that on to the people I know in Michigan.
So apparently there was a manhunt in Arizona for a man who was threatening to kill Donald Trump. Trump didn't know. They ended up catching the guy. And it's crazy. There's an interview where Trump, in the middle of the interview, says, we have to stop talking. We're actually in serious danger right now. I don't know. I just think, man, since last month when Trump nearly died, they got to take this stuff seriously. So watching Donald Trump leave that bulletproof glass gets me kind of nervous, if you know what I'm saying. But they caught the guy. And there's, we'll go through this and the security issues. They're saying there's going to be a special guest at the DNC. Rumors are Taylor Swift, Beyonce, or George W. Bush. I don't know why, but people think it's going to be George W. Bush. But if it was, I mean, that would be the weirdest thing ever. So probably not. But we got some
Now,
big
sir,
news.
I do have one
SCOTUS
question
has
here
ruled in
about
favor
the
of
situation
requiring-
in this area. Obviously, an assassin tried to kill you.
Yeah,
the
but you know
sheriff
what? Can I
right
tell
now?
you something?
Sure.
We're in danger standing here talking, so let's not talk any longer. No, I know about it, but they don't want me standing here. They don't want you standing here either. Have a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Watch your cars coming forward.
We've got evidence.
Everyone's body processes fat differently. It all depends on your unique metabolic type. Now,
Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts with your host.
Guy's just like popping me on the camera, like no intro, no nothing. It's like, don't worry, it's not like a formal show or anything. It's like a coffee clutch or something, like you're hanging around with your boys. Hey, look, you ever see Cheers? Norm, like you just pop in randomly to the bar. Yeah, it's something good. I said I wouldn't say anything. Does the show look a little different today? I just told these guys I wouldn't say anything. We swapped out a camera yesterday. I would look a little more tan. I'm not, I promise. It's a good look for me, though. Maybe I should walk around with a camera and have people only view me through this camera lens. I'd have a nice little tan all the time. We're working on some stuff. Again, we're building out the studio, so have some patience with us. We appreciate it. Last night was a total mess. Again, folks, I keep telling you, everybody's waiting for this big, huge bump to come out of the Democrat National Convention. Every night, they're like, yes, it's going to be here today. I have been objective about it. Have I not? I do not like Democrats. I am not a Democrat. I can't stand the Democrats. I do everything to stop the Democrats. However, if they do something that's going to work for them, we got to know how to counteract it. The Obama and Michelle speeches, Barack and Michelle speeches, yes, they were pretty decent for the Democrats. They may get a little lift out of that. Last night was a mess. Bill Clinton, who typically is can be a pretty good speaker when he wants to be, was a disaster last night. A lot to talk about. And folks, I know I say this a lot about the Secret Service story, but it just got crazier yesterday. I told you the question a while ago was, who was this guy working with? Now you're going to see why I'm asking it. Hey, you heard me rave about Beam's Dream Powder every week. Go get it today. They're offering their largest discount at shopbeam.com/Bongino. Use code Bongino. Big show today. I got that. A new video that surfaced just the other day of crooks just randomly walking around the assassin, and nobody seems to pick up on anything. Something I told you about, too, last week is going to come up again. Listen, we're not getting any younger. You know that. Your doctor's probably telling you need to build some muscle and lose fat. Well, you shouldn't just be doing cardio. It may not be enough. You got to lift weights. Strength training is where it's at. Listen, I'm telling you, I love this machine. I have the all-in-one fitness machine from Jacked Up Fitness. The owner, Don's an amazing guy. Sent me this machine. I'm going to have some pictures for you. The gym's almost done. You are going to go bananas over this machine. Everything it does great. You want to work the lats? Amazing pull down. You want to work the chest? You got the flies. You got the Smith bench. Of course, you got the regular bench. You can just do whatever you want with that. The attachments are incredible. I found a new gizmo this morning on the machine. On the cables on each side, it has a double connection. You can do bent over rows with this curl bar. It's like a reverse easy curl bar. Amazing. Jacked Up Fitness. Check them out. Folks, this is the official fitness equipment company of the Bongino Army. You got to be strong. You got to build muscle. These guys also are very charitable. They're donating 900 machines to the Wounded Warrior Project. You know, they really love that project, and they do good work. It's a $1 million value donation. So if you're looking to take charge of your health and buy from a company that supports veterans and loves America, order your gym today at getjackedup.com. The machines are amazing. They have a ton of options. I used the Preacher Curl this morning, too. Getjackedup.com. The exclusive promo code for Dan Bongino listeners is promo code Bongino at checkout. You'll get 10% off. Getjackedup.com. Everybody go visit their website today. All right, fellas, let's go. So I'm going to get to the Secret Service story in a minute, but I'm obligated to cover this absolute shit show last night at the DNC. It was a mess. The soundbite of the day from the DNC is a cabinet-level official in the Biden administration, the hapless Gina Raimondo, formerly of Rhode Island. You want to talk about a moron. Imagine saying this on live television. You know the jobs numbers were revised down by nearly 1 million. You can call it whatever you want, dipwads, whatever you'd like on the left. It is a revision down, meaning whatever jobs Biden has been touting, minus nearly 1 million off that. That's a fact. It's from his Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's not a Donald Trump campaign slogan, okay? Here's his Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, on a live television show, claiming she's unfamiliar with the BLS. You work in the cabinet. You were the Commerce Secretary. Maybe familiarize yourself with the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Watch this.
When you hear that, do you potentially think that this new numbers could be a liability for this campaign?
No, when I hear that, first of all, I don't believe it because I've never heard Donald Trump say anything truthful.
It is, though, from the Bureau of Labor.
I'm not familiar with that.
Holy folks, this is a cabinet official in the Biden regime. What did I tell you yesterday about the Democrats, ladies and gentlemen? They lie about everything. Dan, what's she lying about? Folks, come on. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not mean to sound like a jerk, but Gina Raimondo knows what the Bureau of Labor Statistics is. She's just lying. How many times do I have to say this on this show? There is nothing the Democrats tell you that's true. And by the way, I'm praying I get to this later. If not, I'll get to it tomorrow, but it is a banger segment I put together yesterday. You will never have this kind of communism without a compliant media. How the hell does that woman in the media let her get away with that without saying, wait. You are a cabinet level official in the Biden administration and you're claiming you have no idea what the freaking BLS is? You should resign right now. I don't want to waste too much time on the DNC, but here was Bill Clinton last night, again, with one of the greatest cell phones of the night. Self-owns, not cell phones. Self-owns of the night. Horrible speech. Folks, I have to tell you, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I pride myself on self-correctives on the show. I've heard Bill Clinton speak for a long time. He's given some banger speeches in the past. I mean, if it's all BS, we get it. They're all lies. It's all nonsense. That's what Democrats do. I just showed you that. But I'm not going to spin your wheels. Clinton can typically give a good speech when he wants to. Last night was on one of those nights. What a mess. It dragged on for 27 minutes. People were falling asleep. It was supposed to be 12 minutes. He sounded hoarse. He sounded terrible. And this is the line he thought was the banger that unfortunately for the Democrats, made everyone again focus on age. But who's in office now? Joe Biden, who's older than Bill Clinton. This was really dumb. Watch this.
2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night.
Notice all these morons clapping, not realizing that the guy in the White House right now is in their same party, is so old he has some kind of cognitive malfunction that was so bad that their own party forced him out and put in a 60-year-old woman who never got a single vote for president. I'm not sure this was the laugh line Bill Clinton thought it was. Because the next question I would have, well, if age is an issue, why hasn't Biden resigned? And second, if age is an issue and you guys booted Biden out because of his age, then what the hell did Kamala Harris know? Bill Clinton's usually smarter than this. Man, this was just dumbassery like I've never seen. Folks, this thing, I'm telling you, has been a loser for them. Go to Playbook and Axios, these communist websites. The media are all complaining. They're sharing space with influencers. They don't like it. This thing has been a mess. There's been a couple of moments for him. Again, the Obama speeches went okay. Walz's speech was all over the place last night. Again, this guy is such a bullshit artist. I've never seen anything like Tim Walz. He's faker than Kamala Harris. Here he is last night, speaking after Bill Clinton. Anyone know where he went to school? You have any idea, guys? I think he went to, it was a law school. Anyone, Jim? Yes, he went to Yale. And many of the speakers last night at the DNC were big ass kissers to the Ivy League and went there too, which makes this the weirdest flex I've ever heard. Here's Tampon Tim Walz, king of the Doritos. Here he is last night bragging that he's a school teacher who never produced a kid smart enough to go to Yale, while the speaker before him went to Yale, along with many other Democrat speakers who went to Yale before him. Dumbest flex I have ever seen. And this is why the dumbass Democrats are flatlining on this garbage convention. Watch this dumbassery.
I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale.
You're proud of that? I don't understand. Like, I thought that was what all you liberals aspired to send your kids to the Ivy League, Harvard, Yale. I thought that's what Dartmouth, right? That's what it's all about. So you're bragging that, number one, you're not a good enough teacher to get your kid into an Ivy League school when the guy who spoke before you went to the same school you're now shitting on. Folks, I'm telling you objectively, because we have to know how to battle back tactically, when to fight, when to poke, when to move, when to flex, when not to flex, when to flank. This thing has been a disaster. We'll see what happens with Kamala Harris's speech tonight. Obviously, I'm on it. I'm not going to wait. Here we go. 10 minutes. I promised I wouldn't waste any more time. Moving on, because there's actually important stuff to talk about, and that's not it. But it is a news show, and I covered it. So there you go. Did my job. We're done. Last night sucked, objectively. Folks, the Secret Service thing is getting ugly right now. This video has emerged. Can you just run this on VO? Just loop it for a few minutes. I want people to see this. Here is the assassin at the Butler County, Pennsylvania murder site, Crooks. We just keep this on loop for a minute. Now, Crooks is walking around at this site. This surfaced the other day, and this has been all over the media. Apparently, one of the vendors didn't even realize he had this, got it, turned it over to law enforcement. Now it's made its way around the media circles. Now, I'm going to tell you something here. This is a strange-looking guy, okay? Now, okay, I don't want to screw this up. I'm sorry, folks. I really don't want to mess this up. It's really important. I don't want to reveal any secrets either. So I'm in a delicate kind of balancing act, given my prior profession. The Secret Service spends an inordinate amount of time training people on behavioral indicators in the protective intelligence space. Guy, if this segment sucks, just tell me to shut up, okay? He's good at this. The protective intelligence space is, how do we find an assassin before an assassin finds us? Well, some of them will actually tell you, I'm going to go kill the president, you go find him. Most of them don't. Most of them don't. Most of them you have to pick out. There are behavioral indicators. Out of an abundance of caution, I hope you understand, I'm obviously not going to put out on the show. Because then if there's a potential assassin, they'll record this and then not do those behavioral indicators. So it'd be irresponsible of me to do that. However, having spent an inordinate amount of time doing protective intelligence, both in our Long Island office and in New York, I'm very familiar with this. This guy is strange. Now, we know he was being watched for well over an hour at the site. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but again, he's by himself. He doesn't seem to fit. He seems to be like oddly looking around, but not actually doing or engaging with anyone. It's just a very, very strange thing. And I'm being very cryptic here because I don't want to give away too much. How the hell was this guy able to navigate his way around this entire site without being interviewed by a protective intelligence Secret Service team whose sole job is to find guys like this? And where the hell was the CSU team? The CSU team is the counter surveillance team. It's pretty clear looking at this now, again, ex post facto, but there are indicators here, if you know what I mean, that this guy was surveilling the site, doing some pre-op intel. Where was this counter surveillance team? I'm going to get to that in a minute. But the most important question for today's show is who the hell was this guy working with or communicating with? I have a theory I'm going to throw out there. Now, I told you when I'm speculating, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it based on evidence. I'm speculating and I'm indicating this is a theory. It's an operating theory I've been working with. But as more information comes in, I'm pretty confident I'm going to be right in the end. Let me show you this first that cracked yesterday. New York Post. Trump shooter Thomas Crooks had encrypted messaging accounts in Belgium, Germany, and New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell was this guy doing with encrypted messaging accounts in multiple foreign countries? And at least according to the FBI and Secret Service, which I'm going to tell you right now, I don't believe. I'm just telling you according to them, appears to have no significant digital footprint whatsoever. That's impossible to believe. It's impossible. It's not plausible. There is some digital footprint out there they either don't want you to see or they don't want you to find so they can pretend they didn't see it. You get what I mean? We do know now because the media is reporting he had these encrypted messaging accounts. Who was this guy communicating with, folks? I think this thing may be pretty deep. I'm going to throw an article out there that appears random, but it's not. It's a Jerusalem Post article from July of 2024. It's about Iranian intelligence operatives and how they recruit Israelis for espionage. One of the things they do is target young kind of loner men who have no real relationship with women or anything like that. The celibate type, but it's not intentional, if you know what I mean. And these Iranian women will target them in kind of what we would call honeypot operations. They've been doing it in Israel for a long time. You can read the article yourself if you'd like. Here's what I think could be going on here. And I want to just say in advance, I am not in any way suicidal, so everyone knows I love my life. New house is great. New gym is awesome. Everything is good. Unfortunately, I'm only half kidding, okay? The Secret Service is known about an Iranian intelligence plot to kill Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, was it the acting defense secretary, I believe, at the time, or the NSA, and Donald Trump. They have known about it forever, for 4 plus years, 5 years, okay? They've known about this plot. How bad is this going to look? Everybody tracking me now? How bad is this going to look if it turns out later this kid was part of some honeypot operation by the Iranians? They knew about an Iranian plot for years, still refused additional security measures while knowing about the Iranian plot, and maybe this kid was a part of it. I'm just going to be candid with you. I'm about 60% on this theory. It's a theory. I'm speculating. It's a theory based on some evidence I've got and some things I'm putting together. But if they're hiding who this kid was potentially working with, this would be a good reason why. Imagine knowing about a plot to kill Trump for 4 years, This kid's a part of it, even a satellite part of it, right? Becomes integrated into the plot, and they refuse security the whole time. It would be an apocalyptic level security failure like you've never seen, and it would be criminal level negligence. I mean, how do you miss this, folks? One of these things is not like the other. You see it? Who was the dude with the sunglasses walking alone ahead of Crooks in that video? Not trying to dox, just looks a little. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm sure there's going to be questions all over the place. Susan Crabtree has another amazing piece about this too. And now you'll see why in the next piece, going back to what I told you in the beginning, why there was no counter surveillance team to interview him. You know why there was no counter surveillance team to counter him surveilling the site? Because there was no counter surveillance team. Wait, what? On your highest profile protectee, up there with the president, there was no team. There was no team to stop him from surveilling the site because there was no team. I'll take a quick break, and I'm going to get back to this amazing piece by Susan Crabtree, who's been all over this. Byrna, B-Y-R-N-A. When it comes to protecting your family, it's not just about having a firearm. Lethal force isn't the answer for every situation. Imagine an imminent threat comes to you and your family. Instinct may drive you to reach for a firearm immediately, but what if there were a way to defend yourself and de-escalate a situation without the irreversible consequences of deadly force? Byrna's non-lethal pistol launcher, equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammo, can incapacitate an attacker for up to 40 minutes. It's an incredible device. No need to go DEFCON 1. You just need protection to defuse the situation, get the threat away from you. Trained with firearms for a long time. Let me tell you, the Byrna pistol they sent me is easy to learn, easy to use, easy to operate. You don't own a firearm? Well, this is a good option to have. Made in America, legal in all 50 states, requires no background checks, and shipped right to your door. Go today. Get protected. Visit Byrna.com/Dan now for an exclusive 10% discount for my listeners today. That's B-Y-R-N-A, B-Y-R-N-A, Byrna.com/Dan. You won't regret it. Check it out. Great piece. Back to Susan Crabtree's piece. So now you saw the voiceover there. We showed you the video. He clearly is out of place in this thing. There are a number of behavioral indicators, something seriously wrong. The cops caught it. Why didn't the Secret Service? Ladies and gentlemen, people have to lose their jobs. I am really sorry. I am in a merit-based business. This show is good because we put in the work and we respect our audience and we never do lazy, stupid stuff. If we did lazy, stupid stuff, we wouldn't have a show and we'd be fired. How is it in the Secret Service, whose job is to keep Donald Trump alive, that a guy was murdered and Donald Trump was shot in the head, and still we know of no one who's been fired? We know of a resignation of the director, and now we know of a couple people on administrative leave. What are they waiting for? Real Clear Politics. Read this article. It is amazing. It's at my newsletter, bongino.com/newsletter. Secret Service agents placed on leave, finally, after assassination attempt. Crabtree notes the Pittsburgh field office, members of the Pittsburgh field office who were finally placed on leave, a different set of agents than the ones assigned to Trump's permanent detail. Those agents are still on the job providing Trump protection, sources say. They remain operational, even though they too were deeply involved in devising the Butler rally security plan. Folks, I am not trying to bust anybody's balls. I'm trying to keep people alive and safe and accountability in the government. I did not leave this job to go and let the government screw things up, okay? I'm sorry. My job here is to change government. Whoever was involved with the site security plan that day, whether on the DTD, the Donald Trump detail, or the Pittsburgh field office, should not be on the job anymore. There is no reason for them to be working. They failed. They missed it on the CSU. They missed it on the protective intelligence. They missed it on the counter sniper. They missed it on the site perimeter. They missed everything. They missed the warning signs. They missed it in the site security room. Nothing went right. There were at least 30 or 40 significant variables here that went wrong. Sorry, I don't want to forget to remember. They should not be on the job. My guess is they're protecting some people on the Donald Trump detail while throwing these Pittsburgh guys under the bus. Whoever was involved with this needs to go. Here's another piece of reporting. The acting director now, Rowe, and other senior officials back in Washington should share the blame, the sources argue. You think? They're the ones who turned down the security knowing about this Iranian plot to kill Trump. The agency's top brass are almost certainly involved, in declining at least some of the security assets requested for the Butler rally, despite a heightened threat brought on by a specific Iranian assassination plot against Trump. Why is the director and his management team that are personally responsible for cutting and not granting security assets, despite the Iranian plot against Trump, still working? Why are they still there? Show some dignity and resign, or the DHS secretary should have these people fired. Finally, one last portion of this. I've been reading you in on how they work without giving away operational details because you'll never understand this story otherwise. The protective intelligence teams at the site, if there's a threat, they will conduct the interview. They have a very specific skill set, protective intelligence agents. They know how to interview people to determine if they're a threat. How they do it, I'm not going to tell you. What they're looking for, I can't tell you. The counter-surveillance team, CSU, counter-surveillance unit, has one job: to detect people surveilling the site. Like this guy, surveilling the site. Now, why didn't the counter-surveillance team catch him? Because whistleblowers have come forward to complain that Secret Service leaders did not allocate a counter-surveillance team. If they had, the CSU teams would have intercepted and questioned Crooks as soon as he pulled out a rangefinder and held it up to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, sounds like something we told you a month ago now. You remember the show when we brought up where was the CSU team? There was none. And then 2 weeks ago when I told you a whistleblower had told me that if the CSU team was there, there's zero doubt they would have found this guy. The CSU teams are very good. I have zero doubt they would have found him either. However, there wasn't one. And that's why President Trump was shot in the head by a guy who managed to walk up on a roof, jump between rooftops, run back and down the roof after an hour of them looking for this guy. This is just unforgivable. I got a special announcement. You guys ready? I just launched this on the team today. I told you I wanted to be a part of any investigative effort. I do not speak with forked tongue. Congressman Chip Roy reached out to me. Him, Matt Gaetz, Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, and Corey Mills, who are a couple of barn burner members of Congress who are no bullshit guys, reached out. And we are going to be doing a special panel, investigative panel on Monday. I will be doing my podcast live from D.C. with the crew here. We'll be doing about, I haven't settled in on the time yet. I'll have it tomorrow. But it looks like it's going to be a 2-hour special live from Washington, D.C., 10 a.m. to 12. So if you tune at the regular time, you'll catch it in the middle. But 10 to noon, Anita, let the McGroin crew know. It'll be a 2-hour special. And then after that, we'll be doing this panel with these members of Congress where we're going to do a deep dive into this because we're not getting any answers out of Capitol Hill. And I told you, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to let this story go. I don't care who's posting on Twitter. Like, nobody's talking about it. Maybe you're not talking about it. I don't know. I'm talking about this every day. I consider it a personal obligation to get an answer as to who tried to kill Donald Trump and murdered Corey Comparator, an American hero. That'll be this Monday. So you'll get an extra hour of the show. But it will be live, same spot, nothing different for you. Folks, I told you yesterday on the radio show, not sure if I mentioned it on the podcast, and forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn. I don't think I am. Trump's a brave guy. He is. I'll prove it to you in a second, but in case you have any doubts, but he's concerned about his safety. I don't think that's like anything crazy to say. He was shot in the head just a month ago, like actually shot in the head, not figuratively shot in the head. He's concerned because Trump is a loyal guy to his detail. He'll say in public, like, hey, man, these guys are doing a good job. And some of them are. I'm having trouble with this because I don't want to say. I'm just telling you he's concerned. But he's doing it anyway. He went out yesterday, did his first outdoor rally. And again, you can question this guy all you want on his policies. You don't like his mean tweets. It's a free country. I can't give you your opinion. I can give you mine, though. But I'm telling you for a fact he's concerned about his safety. Play this video. I want you to see this. Here's Donald Trump yesterday. He's at his first outdoor rally. You'll see they have ballistic glass up now. A little late for that. They should have done it sooner. It's not like they don't know about ballistic glass. Someone's having a medical emergency. What does Donald Trump do? Walks outside the ballistic glass, right outside, totally uncovered, completely uncovered, walks up to the crowd to check on the person. Again, you don't know. Folks, I told you, and I'll continue to tell you, campaigns are sound bites and snapshots. And he did not do this for the campaign. He does it because he does this all the time whenever there's a heat emergency at the site. But I'm just telling you, this guy is extremely concerned about his safety. He is now secured by a ballistic bubble of ballistic glass around him. And one of the first things he does at his rally is leave this bubble, goes into this unsecured, at least open space area, and wants to make sure that this person having a medical emergency right there is taken care of. You think about him what you want. It's up to you. I'm just telling you, man, this guy's the real deal. You got an election coming up. Listen. There he is, back up on stage, like a freaking boss. Like a boss. You know, and the only reason I told you that, folks, is not to give up inside info. I used to read comic books when I was a kid. It was like a way to escape the whatever. Who cares? I never read Superman. I didn't think Superman was brave. Superman was the Man of Steel. Nothing could happen. What's so brave about that? I thought Batman was brave. Batman could get his ass kicked. He was just a dude. You know why Trump was brave in doing that? Because he is concerned about his safety. That's why. All right, back to the show. Quick break, and here's what I want to get to. I told you the Kamala phenomenon was BS. I told you that. Listen to Brother Dan. I am not here to mislead you. I am only a soldier in this Bongino army. That is it. I have no special powers other than the ability to research. That's what I do for a living. When you go out and do your homework, you are going to find out the Kamala phenomenon is totally fake. Receipts coming up in a minute, and I'm hoping I get to this media segment because you cannot have communism without a compliant media. Quick break. Coin. Hey, the number one question I get from listeners is, how do I support the parallel economy and the conservative fight? Well, you have to know where your dollars are going first. A lot of these credit card companies are funneling millions to left-wing causes and candidates, and they hope you don't notice. Now you have a choice. Coin, C-O-I-G-N, is America's conservative credit card. Find them at coin.com, C-O-I-G-N.com. With every transaction, you help Coin advance conservative causes and charities at no cost to you. Coin empowers us to take back our country with every swipe. It's a great-looking credit card. You'll take pride in it. It's bright red with We the People on the front. Coin works everywhere Visa's accepted, comes with a 100% U.S.-based customer service and consumer protections. It's the only card worthy of your wallet. Start earning cash back while fighting the liberal agenda today. Apply now at coin.com. That's coin, C-O-I-G-N.com. Be sure to select Dan Bongino in that How'd You Hear About Us section. We'd appreciate it. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details. Thanks, Coin. And our last sponsor today. I'm not doing the read. I'm just going to sit there and snap the whole time. So here we go. Here's my read today. But there's audio there. I'm sorry. Folks, Blackout Coffee. You know they're badass. You know it is the official coffee of the Dan Bongino Army. You know that, right? You know it's obligatory. It's the only coffee we're allowed to drink. They have this now too. They have cold brew in a can, and it's freaking delicious. And I love it. And I keep it in the fridge here in the studio, even though I don't live here anymore. Cold brew. There it is, right there. Cold brew latte from Skip the Brew Blackout Coffee. Stuff is totally badass. I actually drank this one already, as you can see. It's open because I love it. That's why I'm so geeked up for today's show. Blackout Coffee, the official coffee of Dan Bongino Show. Why? Okay, I'm not asking you to buy Blackout Coffee either because they love America, even though they do. You can love America, but you better damn well produce good coffee, and they do. Blackout Coffee ships, they have some of the best beans, and they ship them within 48 hours of roasting. Get the cinnamon French toast. Get the blueberry crumble. Get the dark chocolate flavor. Get them all. And get the cold brew. Blackoutcoffee.com/Bongino. Go today or use coupon code Bongino for 20% off your first order. Blackoutcoffee.com/Bongino, the official coffee of the Bongino Army. Try it. You're going to love it. Thanks, Blackout Coffee. We appreciate it. John owns a company. He gets a kick out of our spots because I like the product. It's good. Okay, back to the show. I told you the Kamala phenomenon is what? Everyone in the chat at the same time. Bullshit. It's not real. It's fake. Here, I'm going to give you a generally right-leaning perspective and a left-leaning perspective. Unlike the goon commies in the media, who will only give you one, here are two sides of the ideological divide telling you the same thing. Newsweek. Oh, this is from months ago. No, it's from like yesterday, August 21st, 2022. Kamala Harris is not leading in a single battleground state in new poll. Kamala, the phenomenon. Hope he changes. He's back. They got the posters going. The hammers and the sickles. It's back, folks. Hope and change. Part deux. The Empire Strikes Back. There's no bump. This is fake. This is all fake. That's Newsweek. Newsweek. To the left of Lenin. Here's a slightly more right-wing perspective. Here's a clip from War Room, Steve Bannon's show. Steve Bannon is a political prisoner right now, so they have guest hosts filling in. War Room, here's a segment with the Rasmussen poll guys, right? It's a really good segment. They talk about the polls that were showing you Kamala Harris is closing in. There's a slight problem with them because the methodology changed. What do you think the change was? Would you be shocked if I told you they're just sampling more Democrats? No, what is that? That is so crazy. Here, listen.
There was a brief shining moment where Kamala crossed over and was leading, but now what do we see? Go ahead.
That's what everybody's calling Kamala momentum, and it didn't last too long in our numbers. And I think the reason this chart's important is because I'm the only one putting it out. So I think this is maximum transparency. And the narrative in the media that's being shaped about Kamala Harris's polling is that it keeps getting better and better. But if you look at the blue line, she basically shot up to 45 and has sat there between 44 and 45 the whole time in my numbers. Now, what's different about me and everybody else is that I didn't change anything. And I think what's probably happening in some of these push polls that are coming out from New York Times, Siena, and ABC News and all these other folks, ABC News, the people, by the way, who owned 538 and kicked us out of the aggregate and now have Harris up 4 nationally. What's happening is I think that they're selectively changing their methodology. New York Times, Siena actually came out about it this weekend and admitted basically that, yes, we think we're oversampling Biden supporters, but we are not using the 2020 recalled vote to correct for it.
I don't know how many times I can say this, and I don't say it to sound like a tool bag. I say it out of respect because there may be still some holdouts there. Ignore the poll. Do you guys have that Washington Post piece? Trump's chances of winning are approaching 0. Please, guys, ladies, the polls have predicted a Donald Trump loss the last 2 elections. He won the first one, and the second one was stolen. Not only they predict a loss, they said he had 0 chance of winning. Forget the polls. We have been absolutely, resolutely consistent on this. Here, Chris Cillizza, Aaron Blake, October 2016. Donald Trump's chances of winning are approaching 0. Ignore the polls. They are meaningless. They matter for one reason, which we've been talking about forever. Influencers and donors like them. That is it. And yes, I would rather be ahead of them than behind because donors give, let me see some poll. Oh, good, I'll write you a check. Money matters in politics. I wish it didn't. That is it. Ignore them. What is our job right now going forward? What's the word? This is a test. I'm watching the chat. Does anybody know? What is our job from this point forward? Execute. That is it. Execute. Ruthlessly execute. Not immorally, ruthlessly. I don't care what happens from now to Election Day. Your job is to go out and vote and take 10 people with you. And you are going to bank your vote. Please do not wait. They're going to shut this thing down on Election Day and claim some cyber attack, and you're going to get screwed. Bank your vote, take 10 people, execute 10, 10, and 10. Look at his chat. Lighten up. Execute. Yes, the Bongino Army knows. The Bongino Army knows. Take 10 people with you. Folks, this DNC has been a mess. This Kamala bump thing is garbage. It is all shit. They are lying to you, and they're making it up. They have a problem they cannot escape. I've really grown to like this guy on CNN. Yeah, vote early. Yes, vote early, execute 10, 10, and 10. I love you guys. That's why I love the chat. This is why I feel like I'm not the general here. That's why I feel like I'm just part of it. We all think like we got a mission here. The esprit de corps here is strong. This guy over at CNN is the resident Republican counter voice, guy Scott Jennings, and he goes on these panels and he's not afraid to tell these guys they're morons. And I got to tell you, I really appreciate it. It's good to have a Republican at CNN talking to Democrat losers because who knows, maybe we'll steal a few of them. I mean, Fox has liberals on there. There should be Republicans over at CNN. In the past, they've always hired fake Republicans. This guy seems to have his head on straight, though. Here's Jennings talking about at the DNC. The reason that Kamala Harris is getting no bump from this at all is they can't message it. If they message hope and change, she has to answer for what she did now. If she answers for what she did now, she's accountable for what she did now and Joe Biden's 37% approval rating. Folks, there's no solution to that. Listen to him describe exactly this. Check this out.
Democrats have controlled the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. And for all of the talk about division and the problems in the country and people are hurting, Democrats have mostly controlled this country. Trump had it for 4. The Obamas and Biden had it for the rest of the time. And somehow, it's still all Trump's fault, and somehow she hasn't been at the center of it. So to me, that's still the glaring hole in this campaign that hasn't yet been solved at the convention. How do you explain all of the problems that will be solved by the person who is currently in there for the last 3.5 years, who is supposed to already be working on solving it?
They don't have an answer for that. You understand it's not a fixable problem? There are fixable problems. There's ways to message things. You know, Obama, when he changed his stance on gay marriage and stuff, said he evolved or whatever. Some people believe it, some people don't. What Kamala Harris can't do right now, and why this is not solvable, Dan, she could just say, well, I renounce everything Joe Biden did when I was there, and we're going to do things different. She can't. She needs supporters of Joe Biden, and there are still some left, and he's still the president. People are still afraid of him, folks. The promises have been made. She can't denounce him. This is what I've been trying to get at, the black cloud hanging over the DNC. It's not that they won't escape it. It's that they can't. If she throws Biden under the bus completely, the entire establishment wing of the Democrat Party, people who've been promised things by the Biden White House, are not going to be happy. And then people aren't going to believe it. They're going to say, well, why didn't you say something to Joe Biden when you were the deciding vote on the Inflation Production Act? Why didn't you say something to Joe Biden when you were out there on the road? Remember that clip we played the other day? It's Bidenomics and it's working. Well, why didn't you say something back then when you could have had some balls? It's nothing she can do, man. Don't believe the hype. Just go out and execute. Ladies and gentlemen, everything they do is fake. Nothing is real. The Kamala bump is fake. The poll numbers are fake. The fine people thing is fake. They're lying about tax rates on the rich are fake. They're lying about jobs is fake. They're lying about everything is fake. Here's this CNBC clip. Is gold. This is just, watch this, the fake job numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, everything is fake. I want you to watch this. This is quick and sweet, but this is good. Check this out.
You know, the range of how many jobs they would take away for a variety of reasons, maybe the largest is the birth-death model for businesses, was going to be somewhere between 350,000 and 1 million. It comes in at 818,000.
Folks, shockingly, it gets worse. Not only were the jobs numbers revised by nearly 1 million, downward, And listen, let's be factually accurate on this because, the left likes to pick nits, okay? There have been revisions before. It's not unprecedented. And whether it's explainable or not, we shouldn't get into I'm going to say you're not going to like me for this, but it's okay because I owe you the truth and I'm telling you I know what I'm doing. Do not worry about how big of a scandal it is because then here's why. Should I do this? All day on Twitter, liberal media goofballs are now like, this isn't a scandal. It's happened before. Why does that work for them? Anybody in the chat know? Because it distracts from the fact that nobody's denying the number's real. Who gives a shit if it's a scandal? All we care about is, they're down 1 million jobs? And that's what we should be focused on. You'll get into this rabbit hole all day. Is it a scandal? It probably is. I don't trust the government as far as I can throw them. I have zero doubt it's a scandal. The point is, it doesn't matter. Nobody's disputing the fact that the bank was robbed. You can dispute the amount of money. Oh, it was $10,000, not $5,000. Who cares? He robbed a bank. Please don't get lost. Everything is a lie. Everything they do is bullshit. Here's another one. Here's the disgraceful. I've lost any. Well, I never really had respect to lose. But I was told, oh, this guy could be a more moderate voice in the Democrat Party. Piece of garbage like everyone else. Just another loser. Pennsylvania, how'd you elect this idiot? Here's this Democrat governor, Josh Shapiro. Should be absolutely ashamed of himself on CNN, again, promoting the fine people hoax. These people, but they want a race war. That's what they want. We're not going to let it happen. The left wants a race war in this country so bad, they cannot stop promoting debunked racial hoaxes. Here's this piece of garbage. Check them out.
That anti-Semitism is what played a role in you not ultimately being selected as the vice president. What's your response to that?
Donald Trump has absolutely no credibility to speak on that issue. He is a person who's acted bigoted. He is a person who spreads hate. And he is a person who routinely divides people in this country. Listen, when folks marched in Charlottesville and quite literally said with tiki torches in their hand, Jews will not replace us, what did Donald Trump say? He said there are good people on both sides. There were not good people on both sides.
Folks, everything, liberals out there, listen to my show. I know you hate me, you want me dead. I have a whole portfolio of all your nasty grams every day. I get it. I'm just asking you a simple question. Are you ever not full of shit? Is there ever a point in your life you're not full of shit? Ever? Everything you guys do is fake. Everything. Your positions on school choice, on health care, everything they're telling you is a lie. School choice robs money from public schools. Really? Spending on public education's gone up dramatically since I was born in 1974. You could look it up, dipshits. Trump's tax cuts benefited the rich. They did. The rich paid a higher percentage of the tax load after the Trump tax cuts. Again, you can look it up. You're just too freaking stupid or too evil to do it. Promoting the fine people hoax. You mean the same speech where he said, I completely condemn the white supremacists? Shapiro, you are a disgrace to Pennsylvania, the country, your family, your neighborhood, everyone. I'm horrified that a moron like you is a governor of a major important state like that. Folks, it's all fake. You want to hear them say it? I almost screwed this up this morning. Right before the show starts, me and Guy are down. It's like this weird thing now because the studio, it's like most of it's empty because we're moving. So me and Guy are downstairs working out this Monday show and stuff. And Guy's like, oh, by the way, we don't have the 70 days clip. I was like, oh, we can't do the show without it. This is the best clip of the show. You think the Democrats are sincere and they mean what they say and they're genuine or authentic? They're for the little guy? Listen to this clip. I may play this twice. Here's the Democrats at the DNC. They're like, hey, man, just act normal for a little bit, and in 70 days, we can get crazy again. No, they didn't say that on an open mic. An open mic in an open forum. They didn't even care that you hear it. They're all fake. All of it. Watch.
We got 70 days to act right, y'all. That's right. Now, after 7 days, we can go back there and crazy. Right?
Let's do an encore performance. Again, forget about it. This isn't like an open mic like they didn't know. If you're listening on Apple or Spotify.
Imagine that you have a solid object, say a bar of steel. This is quite solid. I mean, it's a piece of metal, 5/8 thick, 3 foot long. Can't bend it with my hands, certainly. And it's sitting here on the table. Surprising absolutely nobody, if I were to push on one end of the bar, an observer watching the other end of the bar would be able to see it move right away. Can confirm, saw it move. But what is right away? To help think about this, let's scale up the bar from just under a meter to about 300,000 kilometers, or 1 light second. Wait, what? Yes, 300,000 kilometers. Anyways, let's assume that the person at the near end of the bar is infinitely strong, because now the bar weighs almost 500,000 metric tons and we need to be able to get it moving. So now the question is, once you push on this end of the bar, how long before the observer at the other end of the bar sees their end of the bar move? Does it happen instantly because the metal bar is still a solid object? Does it take the length of the bar divided by the speed of light, or 1 second, because the speed of light is the fastest that objects can travel? Is it C, the length of the bar divided by the speed of sound in the metal, if the material properties are most important? Or D, does the delay depend on how you hit the bar, along with some choice material properties? So do you have a guess? Did you leave a comment with your guess for bonus points? This is a really fun question because it completely depends on your choice of model. And almost every physics model that we use is technically wrong. But as a general rule, the more correct a physics model is, the more painful it is to use and implement in the real world. One of the most common responses to my last video about the speed of electricity equated a wire full of electrons to a water pipe full of water. I didn't even realize I had props. Imagine that you have a water pipe like this and it's full of water. If you put more water in one end of the pipe, water has to come out of the other end of the pipe immediately, because otherwise you've got a full pipe and you're packing more water into it than will fit. So it feels like something's breaking there. But when I did this with electrons, I pumped electrons into one end of the wire from the battery, and it was a good long while before the electrons came out the other end of the wire. I could measure the delay. So what gives? To make a much more extreme version of this experiment, I decided to skip the liquid and just go with a solid metal bar. I mean, this thing feels quite solid. I can't even come close to deforming it like this. Actually, I think I might have. Whoops. Okay, yeah, it's really hard to deform. But if I push on the end of this beam, the other end moves too, right away. And I can use this to transmit force long distances, like pushing on this switch from across the table. So now we need to ask how fast that happens. When I start pushing on this end of the bar, how long does it take for the rod to exert force 91 centimeters away and flip the switch? What we really need in order to start answering this question is a valid, useful approximation for the physics that describe this bar. The only accurate way to model the behavior of this bar, given our current state-of-the-art understanding of physics, is to create a quantum mechanical wave function for every subatomic particle in every atom of this entire bar, and then probably add in the complicated things that we don't really know how they fit in, like gravity, and solve all of those equations simultaneously. So imagine how many atoms there are in this bar, how many particles there are in each atom, that many equations with, a few unknowns each, and solve them all at once. Easy, right? There's no way that you're ever even going to come close to solve that equation. There's no computer that we could build that could model the behavior of a macroscopic chunk of metal like this sitting on a table. There's just no way. So how do we ever actually do physics if we can't do physics accurately? Well, we approximate. So at the other end of the spectrum, from the really complicated quantum mechanical description, we have the rigid body approximation and Newton's laws of motion. And then it's really easy to say, this is one object. This object has a mass. I apply a certain amount of force, which makes this object accelerate. And we can even model the force of gravity as a single force on this object. And we can model the friction against the table as a single force acting on this object. And with math that is no more complicated than pen and paper math, you can, with great accuracy, describe what's going to happen to this bar when I push it across the table. And that's because all that quantum mechanical stuff just sort of averages out and doesn't matter in the final result. But that approximation also says that the other end of the bar moves instantaneously when I push on this end of the bar. And if you try to combine that with other pieces of physics like relativity and the fact that the speed of light shouldn't really allow that to happen, it starts to be weird. So let's do the experiment. Now is your last chance to update your guess. Is that delay 0 seconds if it's an ideal solid object? 3 nanoseconds if the speed of light is relevant? 180 microseconds if the speed of sound is relevant? Or about 3.5 milliseconds if the speed of the hammer and the yield strain of the steel are relevant? Okay, so of course this is scaled down from the 300,000 kilometer long beam, but 91 centimeters is a little easier to work with. I have it sitting here on the table, pushed up against a force sensor. You can see that the yellow trace sort of freaks out when I push it against this backstop. And on the other side here, I have a wire clamped to it. And this wire is actually attached to a battery, a resistor, and a hammer, such that when I make contact with the wire, there's actually a circuit completed here. The moment that this hammer actually touches the metal bar, if I hit the metal bar here, that's going to start our timer of sorts. And then as soon as this pressure sensor detects that the bar is actually pushing into it, as in the whole bar has moved a little bit and pushed into the pressure sensor, that's going to stop our timer. And we'll know exactly how long it takes for motion or force to get from this end of the bar to that end of the bar. So without further ado, zero out the cursors. Just that objects can travel right away. Can confirm. Saw it move. Using absolutely nobody, if I were to push on one end of the bar, it's a piece of metal. Almost 500,000 metric tons in metal, if the material properties are most important. But as a general rule, the more correct a physics model is, the more painful it is to use and implement in the real world. The more correct a physics model is. So do you have a guess? Did you leave a comment with your guess for bonus points? This is a really fun question because it completely depends on your choice of model. And almost every physics model that we use is technically wrong. But as a general rule, the more correct a physics model is, the more painful it is to use and implement in the real world. One of the most common responses to my last video about the speed of electricity equated a wire because it completely depends on your choice of model. And almost every physics model that on how you hit the bar, along with some choice material properties. So do you have a guess? Did you leave a comment with your guess for bonus points? This is a really fun question because it completely depends on your choice of model. And almost every physics model that we use is technically wrong. But as a general rule, the more correct a physics model is, the more painful it is to use and implement in the real world. One of the most common responses to my last video about the speed of electricity equated, and almost every physics model that we use is technically wrong. But as a general rule, the more correct a physics model is, the more painful it is to use and implement in the real world. One of the most common responses to my last video about the speed of electricity equated a wire full of electrons to a water pipe full of water. I didn't even realize I had props. Imagine that you have a water pipe like this and it's full of water. If you put more water in one end of the pipe, water has to come out of the other end of the pipe immediately because otherwise you've got a full pipe and you're packing more water into it than will fit. So it feels like something's breaking there. But when I did this with electrons, I pumped electrons into one end of the wire from the battery And it was a good long while before the electrons came out the other end of the wire. I could measure the delay. So what gives? To make a much more extreme version of this experiment, I decided to skip the liquid and just go with a solid metal bar. I mean, this thing feels quite solid. I can't even come close to deforming it like this. Actually, I think I might have. Whoops. Okay, yeah, it's really hard to deform. But if I push on the end of this beam, the other end moves too, right away. And I can use this to transmit force long distances, like pushing on this switch from across the table. So now we need to ask how fast that happens. When I start pushing on this end of the bar, how long does it take for the rod to exert force 91 centimeters away and flip the switch? What we really need in order to start answering this question is a valid, useful approximation for the physics that describe this bar. The only accurate way to model the behavior of this bar, given our current state-of-the-art understanding of physics, is to create a quantum mechanical wave function for every subatomic particle in every atom of this entire bar, and then probably add in the complicated things that we don't really know how they fit in, like gravity, and solve all of those equations simultaneously. So imagine how many atoms there are in this bar, how many particles there are in each atom, that many equations with, a few unknowns each, and solve them all at once. Easy, right? There's no way that you're ever even going to come close to solve that equation. There's no computer that we could build that could model the behavior of a macroscopic chunk of metal like this sitting on a table. There's just no way. So how do we ever actually do physics if we can't do physics accurately? Well, we approximate. So at the other end of the spectrum, from the really complicated quantum mechanical description, we have the rigid body approximation and Newton's laws of motion. And then it's really easy to say, this is one object. This object has a mass. I apply a certain amount of force, which makes this object accelerate. And we can even model the force of gravity as a single force on this object. And we can model the friction against the table as a single force acting on this object. And with math that is no more complicated than pen and paper math, you can, with great accuracy, describe what's going to happen to this bar when I push it across the table. And that's because all that quantum mechanical stuff just sort of averages out and doesn't matter in the final result. But that approximation also says that the other end of the bar moves instantaneously when I push on this end of the bar. And if you try to combine that with other pieces of physics like relativity and the fact that the speed of light shouldn't really allow that to happen, it starts to be weird. So let's do the experiment. Now is your last chance to update your guess. Is that delay 0 seconds if it's an ideal solid object? 3 nanoseconds if the speed of light is relevant? 180 microseconds if the speed of sound is relevant? Or about 3.5 milliseconds if the speed of the hammer and the yield strain of the steel are relevant? Okay, so of course this is scaled down from the 300,000 kilometer long beam, but 91 centimeters is a little easier to work with. I have it sitting here on the table, pushed up against a force sensor. You can see that the yellow trace sort of freaks out when I push it against this backstop. And on the other side here, I have a wire clamped to it. And this wire is actually attached to a battery, a resistor, and a hammer, such that when I make contact with the wire, there's actually a circuit completed here. The moment that this hammer actually touches the metal bar, if I hit the metal bar here, that's going to start our timer of sorts. And then as soon as this pressure sensor detects that the bar is actually pushing into it, as in the whole bar has moved a little bit and pushed into the pressure sensor, that's going to stop our timer. And we'll know exactly how long it takes for motion or force to get from this end of the bar to that end of the bar. So without further ado, zero out the cursors. Here we go. First of all, there is a delay, which is interesting in and of itself. It means that this metal bar is not an ideal rigid body that you would use in like freshman physics, because this end of the bar can move when this end of the bar isn't moving. So this end of the bar starts to move when this blue trace goes from low to high right here. And then you can see that the yellow trace is pretty much flat. And then all of a sudden it spikes way up. And that spike up is when the bar starts to push into the backstop at the far end. And if I actually measure that out, very first bit of signal is at 100 and... Wow, it is exactly 180 microseconds, which I believe is the answer that I put at the beginning of the video script. That couldn't be more perfect. So it's the speed of sound in the bar. So you can see that the hammer itself only actually makes contact for about 150, 160 microseconds, and then that current falls off again. But the yellow line is what we care about in terms of the actual force at the far end of the bar. And if I zoom in on the yellow line, make the blue line go away here, we're basically plotting the force that the bar exerts on that pressure sensor versus time. And as we go along, we're going along, there's no force on it whatsoever. And then here at about, what is this? Like 190 microseconds or so, it starts to tick up and we get this positive force that says the sensor is being really completely compressed. And that's when the bar has actually started to move and it's pushing into the sensor. Now you'll notice that I measured from over here because this little negative blip is an artifact of how those sensors actually measure, and when you're only compressing part of the sensor rather than the whole thing, it actually goes negative for a minute. I think it has to do with the capacitance. I'll talk about that at the end. But regardless, this is starting to feel a force exactly 180 microseconds after the initial impulse with the hammer. So this is sort of like the speed of motion in the bar. And the velocity of this bar is inhomogeneous. The whole thing is not actually a solid object. So information about the velocity of this bar is not transmitted instantaneously to all of the atoms in the bar at the same time. So why was I so excited to run this experiment, and how did I predict what the answer was going to be? At least a close enough prediction that I knew that I'd be able to physically measure the answer given this setup. Before going out and buying a whole bunch of steel and buying a bunch of pressure transducers, I wanted to know what was possible. And thankfully, I have had way too much practice at trying to find useful and not too inaccurate physics models for various situations. In this case, because I wanted to do this with something like a bar of steel, the first thing that came to my mind as a material scientist was the atomic structure of steel. Now, steel is primarily made of iron atoms, and those iron atoms are arranged in a structure, a crystalline structure called body-centered cubic. All of the atoms in this structure have a nucleus that we really don't care about because we're not doing nuclear reactions, and they have electrons, which we do care about, but only some of them. A good number of the electrons are free to travel throughout the metal. They may move, millimeters or centimeters away from their original atoms, if you could even define that they had an original atom. The rest of the electrons, actually most of the electrons in a metal like this, are trapped. They're stuck at or in between adjacent atomic nuclei. And those electrons sort of act as the glue that hold the whole structure together. If you pull these nuclei apart with their cloud of electrons in between, they get pulled back together. But if you compress them, they are pushed back apart. There's a force that always restores the bond length to some equilibrium value. The common approximation here, the model that most people use, is that these electrons act like springs. So this is a more accurate BCC model. It's hilarious to hold one of these in my hand. I don't know about physicists, but to a material scientist, this is exactly how I picture, elastic deformation in a material. It's just a whole bunch of atoms connected by springs, and the whole material sort of jiggles around. Plastic deformation, where the material is permanently deformed, is a whole nother ball of wax. I actually have a separate video on that, if you're curious. But elastic deformation looks like this. So when I hit one end of a spring model like this, I'm applying a force to the atoms right here. But it's clear that the other end of the material isn't going to respond instantly. There's a wave that has to pass through the material a wave of compressed bonds, or in other words, a wave of pressure, or in yet other words, a wave of sound. At the risk, or maybe at the dream, of this sounding like a 3 Blue 1 Brown video, I want to take a minute and appreciate how important of a connection this is. We don't even care what material we're dealing with, and we were able to link the behavior of this rather abstract question, that is not by any means a simple question, to a macroscopic quantity that you can go look up in a textbook. Atoms are not balls connected by springs. We've thrown away everything about the nucleus. We've thrown away all of the information about a lot of the atoms, the free to move atoms in this piece of metal. And we've really, really dramatically simplified the interaction of all the electrons that are left. If you want to get one end of that material moving by pushing on the other end, then a compressive wave of scrunched bonds has to pass through that material, just because it's made of bonded atoms. And because the speed of sound, the speed of a compressive wave traveling through material, is something that's very well studied and well documented, I just got to this point in my head and went to go look it up. Went, how fast can sound travel through the 3-foot piece of steel that I can go buy at Lowe's? And figured out that it was about 200 microseconds and that I would be able to measure that with the scope, and then I started investigating. Another cool thing is that for a sharp impulse like this, once the hammer is no longer applying force to the bar is, on average, moving with its final momentum. But different parts of the bar are moving at different speeds relative to each other. There are vibrations that travel up and down the bar, getting damped out, eliminating extra kinetic energy as heat without changing the momentum and therefore speed of the entire bar on average. This project came about because I used the same balls on springs mental model for electrons in a wire, and this equivalence came up while I was thinking about comments on my last video. I love it when the same models can apply to completely different physics and the underlying mathematical machinery can be recycled. Now as to the actual physical test, why the mess? I initially wanted to just set a piezoelectric sensor at both ends of the rod so the rod was sandwiched between them and hit the stack, compressing them both at once. It's cleaner to explain, and any delay of the sensor would be replicated on both sides, so it felt like a great simple solution. Unfortunately, it was also really bad, because every time I hit the sensor, I'd get this weird negative signal before the disc actually compressed. Also, and more importantly, the time delay was widely varying. My first thought was that the sensors weren't completely pushed up against the bar, so I actually superglued them to the ends of the bar, but that, weirdly enough, didn't fix either problem. The measurements were still all over the place, and I ended up lasering out a couple of little acrylic discs and sandwiching the piezo sensors between them. Now that the entire disc was getting squished sort of at once, the weird negative pre-signal was a lot smaller, but the time delay was still all over the place. After the second day of this, trying different bars and different sensor arrangements and whatnot, I finally gave up and then had a literal shower thought the next morning that the first sensor was probably squishing inconsistently and therefore causing an inconsistent delay between the hammer and the bar. So I took it out. But I needed a new way to get the start time and decided that since the bar was metal and the hammer was metal, I might as well just clip a battery across them and wait for the electrons to flow. And although it made for a very messy looking table, it worked. After messing with some variations on the piezo placement, experimenting with some really kludgy foil and tape capacitor sensors, and running out of battery clips, I had a consistent result. But it was the wrong result. And I struggled with this for a while. It's like I'm getting the same answer every time. What could be wrong? Well, maybe it's the squish of the sensor. Maybe it's just slower than I thought. So I tried a bunch of different length bars. I've got a 3-foot bar, a 2-foot bar, and a 1-foot bar. So I put all of these in the exact same setup, and they plotted a perfect line down to 0. And because the intercept of that line was approximately 0, I think it was like -3 microseconds, that told me that I didn't have any sensor squish and that the delay was actually proportional to the length.
I'll be right back. This shit's intense, dude.
Gangway, coming through. Kaboom, baby! Go, go, go! This better be good. Can't wait. Got a hole. Die. Frag 'em. Let's have 'em. Oh, it's on. It's about to get heavy. By the number. Go on. Go.
Not enough minerals.
At the ready. Gangway. I can't build here. Say the word, baby. Don't leave me hanging. Follow my let's have a this better be good. Who wants some? Get outstanding. Go on. Bring it. Let's go.
What's the plan? Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
At the ready. Go.
Research complete. Research complete.
Go on. It's about to get heavy.
What's on your mind?
Who wants some?
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Go on. It's about
Not enough minerals.
at the ready. Who wants some? It's about to get heavy.
Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete.
What's the plan? What's the plan? Ghost reporting.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ghost reporting.
Ready for dust-off.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ready for dust-off.
Ready for service. This better be good.
Research complete. Research complete. Research complete.
At the ready. Burning. Ready to burn.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Under. Go on. Go, go, go.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Armed and ready.
Not enough minerals.
At the ready. Want a piece of me, boy? Been waiting on drive. I can't build here. This will do. Let's. I can't build here. Why? I can't build here. By the numbers. Go on.
Research complete. Not enough minerals.
Just say.
Not enough minerals.
Don't leave me hanging.
What's the plan?
Armed and ready. Kaboom, baby!
Not enough minerals.
What's the plan?
It's go time.
I love a good raid.
Ready to
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
If you say so. Ready for dust off.
Upgrade complete.
Scanning battle.
What's the plan?
Ready to plunder.
Not enough minerals.
Scanning battle.
Strike hard and fast.
Not enough minerals.
What's on your mind?
Not enough minerals.
The Grand Reaper has arrived. Awaiting orders.
Ready to plunder.
In order at not field conditions.
I'm waiting. At the ready. Ghost reporting.
The Grim Reaper.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Go on.
Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Assimilation success.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
What's on your mind?
Going in. Ready for dust off. Who's gonna rescue me? Well,
I'm waiting.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
this should be ready for dust off.
Assimilation complete.
What's on your mind?
Love a good raid. Strike hard and fast. Ready to blunder.
I'm waiting.
Not enough minerals.
What's on your mind?
Strike hard. Ready to blunder.
What's the plan?
Alright, let's kill some noobs. Because killing noobs is fun. Then we'll think about what we're going to do. Because I want to put in this R squared gajillion 999 manifold in there.
We begin unto I am here in the shadows. Speak and be heard. You require my skill for ancient glory.
The firstborn shall perfect.
You have not enough minerals.
Let none.
I am the voice. You're the left. Dan, presiding. You have not enough minerals. 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 You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daemon.
We begin anew. You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere. Combat awaits. Najakar Mina.
Presiding. I am here in the shadows.
The firstborn shall persevere. Where
I am here in the shadows.
to...
You have not enough minerals. Presiding. Research complete.
Let your will be...
I am the voice of the eclipse. Speak and be heard. I am here.
Glory to the Daemon.
You have not enough minerals. Speak and be heard.
Glory to the Daemon.
Your demands. We are cold. You require me. We begin anew. We are sorry. Data. Presiding. I am here in the shadows. Your demands. Research complete. Begin anew.
Give us your...
Speak and be heard.
Harmony.
You have not.
Oracle perceiving.
You have not enough minerals. Ancient.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Speak. You have not enough minerals. I am.
Glory to the Daemon.
You shall be cold. I am. You require.
Ire shall be reclaimed.
Templari. I am here in the shadows. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. I am here in the shadows. We begin anew. Upgrade complete. We begin anew. Presiding.
Glory to the Daylom.
Ancient glory reborn. Cassam de Templar. You have not enough.
The firstborn.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daylom.
enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows.
The threads of fate. How can I aid you? An Erodine Rashagal.
State thy bidding.
An Erodine Rashagal. An omen.
We seek enlightenment. We are
cold.
till a few more news. I was on the phone, guys. I'll get around to this. This is let's play a new game of Civilization. We'll start again in 45 minutes, okay? Ah, wrong game. So I'm thinking how I want to do this manifold. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the higher R² manifold first in the paper. I'm just still thinking, I'm just mulling it over my head like exactly what I'm going to write.
Awaiting your orders. Ready for action. Reporting for duty.
If you chase two rabbits, you will lose them both.
Your orders. Tell me what to do. Reporting for duty. What do you need?
The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones.
Tell me what to do. What's the plan?
Put your shoulder to the wheel.
Reporting for duty.
Nature herself has imprinted on the minds of all the idea of God.
Ready for action.
Do not throw the arrow which will return against you. from their foes, not their friends, that cities learn the lesson of building high walls.
Consider it done. I'll wait. Tell me what to do.
entirely seemly for a young man killed in battle to lie mangled by the bronze spear. In his death, all things appear fair.
What's the plan? Yes.
Not at all similar are the race of the immortal gods and the race of men who walk upon the earth.
What's the plan? What do you need?
bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace.
At your service. As you wish. All present and accounted for. What do you need? Let's get moving. What do you need? Let's get moving.
You can't direct the wind, but you can adjust your sails.
We're on it.
Blessed shall be the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep.
At your service. Ready for action. Tell me
If you chase 2 rabbits, you will lose them both. The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. Put your shoulder to the wheel.
Consider it done. President, awaiting your orders. Action.
Nature herself has imprinted on the minds of all the idea of God.
Yes.
Hath not the potter power over the clay to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor?
Tell me what to do. Your orders. What's the plan? No problem. You can count on us. You can count on us. What's the plan? We're on it. We're on it.
Meditation brings wisdom. Lack of meditation leaves ignorance. Know well what leads you forward and what holds you back.
Let's get moving. Certainly. Consider it done. As you wish. As you wish. Very well. Certainly. Let's get moving. Very well. All present and accounted for. Yes? Awaiting your orders. Certainly.
It is from their foes, not their friends, that cities learn the lesson of building high walls.
Consider it done. Consider it done. Certainly. Yes. Reporting for duty. What do you need? What do you need? Present and accounted for.
bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. True glory consists in doing what deserves to be written, in writing what deserves to be read.
Art for art's sake is an empty phrase. Art for the sake of truth, art for the sake of the good and the beautiful, that is the faith that I am searching for.
That was a little too greedy. Alright. I still got an Oracle Aesthetics, though. I need the Great Library.
Let's get moving. Move out. What do you need? As you wish. We're on it. Very well. On our way.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace.
We're on it. On our way. On our way. What do you need?
Do not throw the arrow which will return against you.
No problem. Let's get moving. Awaiting your orders.
multitude of rulers is not a good thing. Let there be one ruler, one king.
Move out!
It is entirely seemly for a young man killed in battle to lie mangled by the bronze spear. In his death, all things appear fair.
What's the plan? Reporting for duty. Tell me what to do.
Blessed shall be the fruit of thy cattle, increase of thy kine, flocks of thy sheep.
We're on it. We're on it. Let's get moving.
True glory consists in doing what deserves to be written, in writing what deserves to be read.
Consider it done. You can count on us. You can count on us.
You can't direct the wind, but you can adjust your sails.
Certainly. No problem. Reporting, we're on our way.
Not at all similar are the race of the immortal gods and the race of men who walk upon the earth.
As you wish. No problem. Reporting for duty. Move out. As you wish. Awaiting your orders. No problem. Consider it done.
I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Very well. Consider it done. Very well. Your orders. As you wish.
Words have the power to both destroy and heal. When words are both true and kind, they can change our world. And them that take the sword shall perish by the sword. You should hammer your iron when it is glowing hot.
Move out. You can count on us. At your service. Consider it done. Consider it done. As you wish. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Certain. Reporting for duty. orders.
Art for art's sake is an empty phrase. Art for the sake of truth, art for the sake of the good and the beautiful, that is the faith that I am searching for.
Your orders. All present and accounted for. Awaiting your orders. What do you need? Ready for action. We're on it. Ready for action. All present and accounted for. All present and accounted for. tell me what to do. Awaiting your orders. Certainly. No problem. No problem.
Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested.
Awaiting your orders.
to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, so that the strong should not harm the weak.
All present and accounted for. What do you need? Ready for action.
Everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it.
Certainly.
in other sciences we should arrive at certainty without doubt and truth without error, it behooves us to place the foundations of knowledge in mathematics.
On our way. At your service. Awaiting your orders.
If you speak the truth, have a foot in the spirit. On the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
service. No problem. Ready for action. What's the plan? Reporting for duty.
to my lord, be true and faithful, and love all which he loves, and shun all which he shuns.
At your service. Yes? Your orders. Reporting for duty. At your service. Tell me what to do. What's the plan? Reporting for duty. Your orders. What do you need?
Two cities have been formed by two loves, the earthly by the love of self, the heavenly by the love of God.
Ready for action. Reporting for duty. Ready for action. Reporting for duty. At your service. Yes? Reporting for duty. What's the plan? Tell me what to do. Action. Reporting for duty. Tell me what to do. What's the plan? Awaiting your orders. What's the plan? At your service. What do you need?
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts.
I think I lost. Yeah, it's safe to say I lost. There's gotta be a different play. Gotta be a totally different play from when I put that great wall up. There has to be a different play. I don't know what it is. I could technically win from that position, but it'd be incredibly difficult. I'd be fighting wars the whole game.
It is entirely seemly for a young man killed in battle to lie mangled by the bronze spear. In his death, all things appear fair. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace.
Let's get moving. Consider it done.
A multitude of rulers is not a good thing. Let there be one ruler, one king. And them that take the sword shall perish by the sword. You can't direct the wind, but you can adjust your sails. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep.
Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. Certainly. You can count on us.
True glory consists in doing what deserves to be written, in writing what deserves to be read.
As you wish.
Do not throw the arrow which will return against you.
No problem. On our way. Your orders. Very well. Consider it done.
Not at all similar are the race of the immortal gods and the race of men who walk upon the earth.
As you wish. As you wish. No problem. Yes? What do you mean?
I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Let's get moving. No problem. Very well. Move out. As you wish. No problem. What do you need? Move out. On our way.
To bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, so that the strong should not harm the weak.
Reporting for duty. What do you need? At your service. sir.